A check. Ai, ka pai. Mōrena atamari e, tēnā tātou te āhuatanga, tā tātou kareki o te rāniki, inu atu au kia tāpeka he waiata mā tātou, ngāre me āta noho koutou mo te waiata, whakae mai a tāpeka, te waiata. Roha anō he wae, e pupu ake ana, he awai mā puna mai ana, i roto i te whatu manawa. Ko tōna mata puna e hohonu, aina hia ka rere anō. Ko tōna mata puna e hohonu, aina hia rere anō. E tai timu, e tai pari, e tai ope, e tai ora, tai nui, e tai nui. Tui atarangi e tūnei, tui e te papa e takoto nei, tui. Tui e te atu tau mana tau ihi tau tapirunga i tēnei huihuinga tangata. Tau maidaro iho te tūnui o te whare tūnei. I runga ki te kai whakawārunga e te Tribunal Waitangi, ta tūho ki te karauna noho mai nei, ki ngā kai kororo roto tēnei rā. Kia uhia mai au manakitanga, au arataki ma Rangatiratanga runga e ngā kororo ka puta i tēnei rā, mau katoa no mātou katoa e ata tia ki ata manaki te whakaronga i te pono ka puta mai te ronga ato tēnei rā. Tēnei mātou te tuku atu nei runga i tingu o te matua o te tama, te wairua tapu. Āmene.
Te herenga tangata i heke mai rai Hawaii ki nui, Hawaii ki roa, Hawaii ki pāmama. A tihe wa mauri ora. Tihe wa mauri ora ki te whai ao, ki te ao marama. A tihe mauri ora. Hoi nā rā, ka te mea tutahi māku kei te wehiki i hoa koe o ki te tīmatanga, me te hakaotinga me katoa tēnei. E mihe tuna ki a koe ki tau, ta tātou pihopa, e tuku nei te karakia ki ta tātou matuni te raki. Me te mihi katoa tūki wa tātou mate, te rawa tātou mate i hoki tūki te kāga tūturu mo te tangata, i roto o te orewai. Me te tini te maha o rātou mai, e takoto nei runga rāu wa tātou tini maraima. O rerenga mate kia koutou haere. Ka hoki mai no kia tātou rā te hungura ngora, tēnei kei te mihe tū rā, tēnei kia koutou. Koutou ko taimai. Ta huna ko taimai ki ta tātou marae, e mihe tūna tēnei kia koutou haere mai. A koutou i haere tawhiti mai, haere tata mai, haere mai raronga rekereke o tātou maunga tapu. E karanga nei kia koutou haere mai. Tai tū rā ki wa tātou awa, a taiki rau, a hora e hora mai nei, wangini a tātou. Nō reira e ngā manuhiri haere mai. Te pāti kakiriki, e mihe tūna tēnei kia koutou, ko taimai. Nō reira, e kore ke tūroa ngā wākumi, huna ke te whakatau mai a koutou ki roto ta tātou whare. Ke tau te mauri ki roto ta tātou whare me te mohe ranga taimahatanga. I puta i wa tātou whānau, i tūrunga tāta mira ki te whakaputa wa rātou kororo. E te hoi no tēnei, ma te atu koutou he manaaki, ma te atu koutou he cheki ngā wā katoa. Tuku a ngā kōrero kei kōrero. No reira, he mihi katoa tēnei kia koutou te taupina, e hakarongo nei ngā kōrero, kia koutou te taumahata. E mohena, i te kainau taku noho ngana hira, ka tiru au te whakawhakatene o tēnei rā, e kone waku tupuna, e iriri nei. E muri o ngā kai kōrero, e ki te kainau. Nā, me taku tupuna, ko tāna inga, ko te pene i haina nia te tiri tia Waitangi. Me tēnā te take i huangia, tāna inga, ko te pene. No reira e mihi atuna tēnei kia koutou, no reira tēnā koutou, a kia ora tātou. Rana he wāhi waiata tēnei, o tātou tuna, i roto o Ngāti Hine. Oi tēnei tāna waiata. Kia ora tātou.
E mihi atu kia koutou, ko tai mai i tēnei rā. This morning we will be hearing from witnesses for Y2917. So I hand now to Ms. Loader, who's going to open.
Tēnā koe, te kaupapa wā o tira i mua te tīmatanga o taku hoa. E mihi ana tō ai ngā mihi ki tō tātou pihopa nā no i tō mai ngā whakaaro nui o te wāhingaro, ngā manaakitanga o te wāhingaro ki runga i tēnei nohoanga. O tira tēnā koe te kaupapa wā koutou ngā pau o tēnei rōpū whakamana i te tiriti o Waitangi. E tūnua ana hau kia whakamohio atu ko Mrs. Peters a hau. No te tari o Kauparelo, ko tai tinana mai tēnei rā mo te toinga o tēnei wiki. Hei tautoko i tēnei kaupapa, e whakakanohi ana i te kereme wai toru kore toru. He kereme nā whaia Nora Rameka, nā Rukuwai Allen, rātou ko Heni te matakōiwi. No reira, tēnei te reo o tēnei wahine no te maitere o Motiti, no ngā karanga hapu, o ngai te hapu, e mihi kau ana ki a tātou katoa. E tō ai ana hoki ngā mihi ki te haukainga, koutou ngā tihine, koutou ngā uri hine hamaru. E noho whakaiti ana i wainganui a koutou i tēnei wā, i runga i te mōhio. Ahakoa ngā taumahatanga, kua pā mai ki runga i a koutou, i ngā rangitata nei. Ko koutou tēnā e whakatinana tonu ana i ngā tikanga a rātou mā, i runga i te aroha, i runga i te manaakitanga, i runga anō hoki i te rangatiratanga. Kia whai wāhi tonu mai tātou katoa ki runga ki roto i tēnei kaupapa hira, te mana o te wahine, no reira. E kore aku mihi e ngu kia koutou katoa, katau iho i konei, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Ms. Peters. Thank you for that appearance. Any other matters before we begin? All right, thank you. Ms. Loader.
Tēnā koutou i te mema o te tribunara. Ko Brooke Loader ahau, te manga maua o Y2917, a claim by Huhana Linden, and her brief of evidence is appellation C56. In terms of preliminary matters, we have two current people that would like to do some filming and photos for this event. So we've got Sonia Van Kerhoff, who would like to do some filming and would like to seek leave also for Sandy Wakefield to take a photo.
So just to be clear, when you say filming, do you mean live streaming or do you mean taking a record?
A record.
All right. Okay. I've given leave earlier in the hearing to other parties to do that, so I'm happy for that to happen. Thank you.
Kia ora, ngā mihi. This evidence goes directly to Rangatiratanga and to the Crown's continuing failure to recognise and protect Wahine Māori authority within its governance systems. Huhana Linden gives evidence as a wahine Māori who has exercised leadership across hapu, iwi and local government, as well as central government and parliament. Her evidence shows that the exclusion of wahine Māori from decision-making authority is systemic, structural and Crown-maintained. Before colonisation, wahine Māori exercised rangatiratanga as political leaders within tikanga-based systems. Mana Wahine and Manatane operated together as complementary sources of authority, and that system was displaced by Crown governance institutions that neither recognised Mana Wahine authority or provided authority for its ongoing exercise. That displacement has never been remedied. Ms. Linden's evidence demonstrates that today, Crown legislation governing local and central government contains no guaranteed provision for Mana Wahine authority. Māori presence is channeled into advisory or consultative roles rather than decision-making power. And the Crown has delegated authority to local bodies without embedding treaty-compliant safeguards that actively protect Mana Wahine. The result is persistent exclusion. Wahine Māori remain largely absent from councils, governing bodies and statutory entities exercising delegated Crown power. Where Māori representation exists, it is fragile and it is reversible. Where Māori representation exists, Wahine Māori remain disproportionately excluded. That's not a participation issue, it is a rangatiratanga breach. Ms. Linden is supported by a panel of Wahine Māori leaders. Nikki Wakefield, Appellation C73, Kieran Leone, she'll be here in 5 minutes, C74, Marama Davison, C71, and Ihiapaidea Paniora, C72, whose evidence confirms that the experience is not isolated. Across regions and institutions, the same pattern holds. Governance structures admit Māori presence, but resist Māori authority. The Crown may point to consultation processes, participation statistics, or individual success stories, but participation without power is not rangatiratanga. Consultation without authority is not partnership, and reliance on exceptional individual resilience is not active protection. The Tribunal has raised concerns about fairness where some evidence has been limited or heard on papers, but we've got a couple of points to be made about that as well, and we did address this yesterday. Fairness in terms of presenting evidence doesn't require the exclusion of evidence that exposes systemic failures. Yes, of course. Oh, too far? Oh, okay. Okay, I'll move that. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'll put that on. Yeah, phone's off. Sorry about that. Sorry, back to it. So Ms. Linden's evidence gives evidence of hostility directed at Wahine Māori who enter Crown institutions. It's gendered, it's racialised, and it's persistent. It operates as a gatekeeping mechanism that deters and constrains the exercise of authority. Those dynamics are directly relevant to rangatiratanga because they shape who can stand for them, who can remain there, and whose authority is tolerated within these systems that we represent. So this claim here, 2917, doesn't call for incremental reform. It's a whole systemic change that needs a structural breach. Leads to a structural breach, in my view. The Crown has constructed governance systems that deny Wahine Māori authority, redefines rangatiratanga as participation rather than power, and we fail to actively protect mana wahine within the delegated decision-making structures themselves. So these aren't just things that I'm saying. These are things that are ongoing. These are things that we are experiencing right now as people in governance. It's not just symbolic. And I'm not even going to go into my personal experience around this, as I'm here just as a lawyer. So the question before the tribunal under this Rangatiratanga po is whether or not mana wahine are capable of rangatiratanga. Their evidence will clarify this. So before we begin, I also have a procedural matter to address in regards to our kōrero yesterday, if I may, Your Honour. So, under the Treaty of Waitangi Act, it enables flexibility in procedure, which means that the tribunal has power to revisit its initial view and enable witnesses to elaborate on their kōrero. To do so would be consistent with Article 2 of Te Tiriti, which protects tikanga because of the importance of oral traditions and the sharing of things orally in te ao Māori. To rule otherwise jeopardises the public confidence and the confidence among Māori communities in the tribunal. It's also consistent with other tribunal practices and other inquiries that we've experienced. For example, it happened in the Treaty Principles Bill proceedings, and the Treaty Clause Review in 2024. The Act does not prohibit flexibility in that way, and also in the Tribunal Practice Note, page 40, there's some illusion of the witnesses being able to give evidence orally when needed.
Sorry, are you addressing me?
Yes, sorry. Sorry, that was a hard one to say. So, in essence, we would like to revisit our discussion yesterday in enabling other witnesses to present.
Well, there wasn't a discussion. You made a submission and I made a decision, and I don't intend to revisit that this morning.
As Your Honour pleases.
Thank you.
I now introduce Huhana Linden.
He tū tēnei ki te mihi atu kia koutou i te tribunara i tēnei rangi, o ti rā ki roto i taku whare o manu koroki, ki mua i taku iwi o Ngāti Te Tarawa o Ngāti Hine. Koe nei ngā uri o Mataroria, e mihi atu ana kia koutou. Mihi atu ana kia koutou nā te mea korongo ahau, hore kau waku hoa haere taia te kōrero kia koutou i tēnei ata. Nō reira, kua tino pā te mamai, nā te mea enei mana wahine puta mai i roto i ngā rohe ki te whakamārama kia koutou i te taimahatanga, ki rungi a rātou, ki roto i te mahi kaunihera, ki roto i te kāwanatanga. Engari, kua whakatau koutou, hore kau rātou taia te tū, ki muia koutou, o ti rā ki mua i taku iwi. Nō reira, te matua ruakere, kei hea te tika o tērā. Enei tūpuna nei, heke mai e Mataroria, wahine whai mana, wahine e tautoko i apirana, i a tauhenare ki te whakatū i te whare runanga. Ngā wahine e whakairo i whakarākei tēnei whare a manu koroki, engari, tēnei rangi, nā koutou i whakatau, ka hore waku hoa haere, te tū ki mui a koutou. Ka ia te tika o tērā. Ko ngā mahi o tēnei tribunara, he wāhi motere o te Māori, o ti rā, he kreme mana wahine tēnei. Engari, ki hai te tribunara e tuku, e āhei waku hoa haere, ki te tū, enei mana wahine. Enei mana wahine, pau te kaha mo te iwi Māori. Ki roto i te kaunihera o te kaipara, ko iha pera pāni ora tērā. Nāna e whiu, e tohe, ki te kaunihera o te kaipara mo te Māori te take. Engari ki haia e iha pera taia te tū ki mui a koutou. Taimaha. Marama Davidson, te mama pāremata wahine, roa rawa tōna tū, arataki ana i te rōpu kākāriki. Puta mai i tāmaki makaurau, ki te kauwhau, kia whakawaha i ōna pukenga, ōna akoranga, ōna kitenga, ki roto i te kāwanatanga, ki roto i te whare pāremata. Engari, kua ngūia i tēnei rangi, nā koutou. Karen Leone, tērā wahine tuatahi tū, mō te koromatu o tāmaki makaurau, hoia mō te reo o te iwi kāinga no Ngāti Pāua. E traiwa mai ana i tāmaki makaurau, mō te aha, mō te whakawaha i ona whakaro ki mua i te traipūnara. Engari, kore te traipūnara e tautoko i ēnei mana wahine ki te kōrero. Ahau neina e parana te huarahi mō rātou. Koe ahau e tū ana ki te mihi atu ki a rātou. Kei a rātou tonu o rātou ake kōrero o rātou ake tikanga. Taku kaihana, taku tuakana Nikki Wakefield. Pakangana ki te kaunihira o whangarei i ngā wā katoa. Mo te aha, mo te hapu rangatiratanga. Engari, kua ngū i tēnei rangi. Nō reira, kaihia te tika me te pono o tērā. I te mea he kreme tēnei mo te hunga wahine. Ki te rongo i ngā take ki ngā taimahatanga o te iwi Māori. Ēnei mana wahine e puta mai ana ki mui a koutou i tēnei ata mo te whātekau miniti te roa nahe nahe. Ahakoa taku tono mo te kotahi, haora me te hawhe. Ki hai e tuku tērā wāhanga ki au me wakuhoa. Nō reira, nā te mea kahore koutou e tautoko ana i wakuhoa haere kua mutu aku kōrero, hore kau kua pau. I te mea ko rātou tonu ngā rangatira hihi ana hau ki te hātu te wāhanga ki a rātou. A hau nahe he para i te huarahi mō rātou. Nō reira he inoi, he tono tēnei me te tūohu ki mui a koutou. Tuku ki a rātou o rātou kōrero. Kia rongo tō tātou iwi ki roto i te whare. Kia rongo anō rātou ki runga i te epurangi. Ki o rātou pukenga o rātou akonga. Anō ngā pēhitanga me ngā taimahatanga ki runga i a rātou, i roto i o rātou mahi, kaunihera me te kāwanatanga. Koe anau, ahau e inoi ana ki a koutou, me taku whakaiti ki mui a koutou, tēnā no tātou katoa.
Oi no tēnā koe uhana. Me te raunga kōrero i whakairi atu ki roto i te hui nei. Ko te iringa nui nei o te whakaaro, nei ka kuhu atu e tehi atu hei kai kōrero i tēnei wāhanga me pana atu ko wai atu i runga no i ngā mahi i te rānei. He rā ki ana i ngā kai kōrero i te rongo o tēnei rangi. Nō reira, e awanga ana i tēnei mea he pana i etahi atu, kia wā te atu tētahi wāhanga, kia nui anō te kōrero, te wāanga atu ki a koe. Oe no tēnā nope he whakaro anō o, he whakaro anō tō te kai whakawā, whakaro anō tō te pānara nei. Engari, kua rongo i te mamai, kua rongo i te whakaro, he nui ngā whakaro, he nui ngā kōrero, kei tēnā, ana tērā no pia kua tae te kite atu, he tuhinga, he kōrero atu anō, tētahi wā anō, engari i tēnei wā kua ki te rā i te kai kōrero.
Tae ahau te whakautu i tērā. Nō reira whātekau miniti i homai nei te traipūnara ki au me taku kreme. Koea nei mātou i whakarite o mātou kōrero ki roto i te whātekau miniti ki te kōrero ki te whakawaha o mātou whakaro. Nō reira, enei wahine, kei roto i taku kreme, kua tono kōrero rātou, ki runga i te traipūnara, e rongo ana koutou, kei reira o rātou kōrero, me taku, kore au tino mōhio, nā te ahaka pērā, whātekau miniti te roa ki taku kreme, nō reira homai tērā whātekau, toru te kau miniti i nainei, ki waku hoa ki te kōrero, koea taku tono. I te mea kua ea hau. Ia rā, ka mutu wawe koutou. Nō reira, whātekau miniti a hau e tono ana, mo taku wāhanga, hore ka hau hihi ana ki te kōrero tuatu i tērā, mā rātou anō e kōrero ki te traipūnara, e pāna ki o rātou tuhinga ki te traipūnara, kua mana ki roto i te traipūnara. Nō reira, he hake te raru.
Okay. I didn't wish to, but I feel it's necessary for me to address this yet again. And I made it clear to Ms. Loader yesterday, and I expected that she would have advised her client in relation to the basis upon which the tribunal has taken this position. I think the bottom line is these hearings are an opportunity, obviously, for some evidence to be given to us, ātinana, but all of the evidence which is given to us in briefs and other documentation is still evidence which is before this tribunal and which we will consider. Just because people don't have an opportunity to stand up and talk to us, have their photographs taken, be filmed, doesn't mean that they're not giving evidence to this tribunal. Now, I said to Ms. Lodi yesterday, and I have said it previously in response to previous requests that she's made, this tribunal has had to make decisions in cooperation with Council as to the timetable for this week. We have made decisions where wahine who have submitted substantive briefs of evidence within time have not been given an opportunity in this hearing to stand and give their evidence. The evidence that Ms. Loader was asking us to consider was evidence that was provided after the timetable had been finalised. And the briefs that were provided were of what I would describe, as I did yesterday, a holding pattern nature, did not give us sufficient detail to understand whether there was subject matter in that brief that was relevant and going to be of use to this tribunal. Now, clearly, given the individuals involved, the chances are that that would indeed be the case. But we must act fairly. We must act fairly to all who wish to appear in front of this tribunal. And to receive late requests out of time, the scant information given, is not fair to all of the other participants in this tribunal. And it would be asking us to favour the individuals who want to deliver information to us at a late stage. Now, the brief that's been provided by Ms. Linden is very interesting to us because it covers a wide range of experience, Ms. Linden, that you have from your involvement in leadership, iwi leadership, Māori entities, local government, your experience as a Member of Parliament. And of course we're interested to engage with you in relation to those matters. We have numbers of MPs who are coming to speak with us during the course of these 2 weeks, and that was also one of the matters that I took into consideration in making that decision. So that decision has been made. We would like to engage with you in dialogue, and that is where matters sit.
May I whakautu to you as the kaiwhakawā?
Sure.
The briefs of evidence of my colleagues were provided within the time of extension that was offered by the tribunal. My claim is clear in terms of local government and central government. I have the longest standing Wahine Māori MP in Parliament sitting in the whare right now. Why is Marama Davidson not able to speak and also answer questions? Because it's an opportunity for you to understand deeply as someone who's been a minister, as someone who has supported women who have been harmed in sexual and family violence, as someone who has advocated for emergency housing and ending homelessness, for her to be cross-examined and ask questions. While I appreciate you will have members of Parliament and other councillors who might address you. You're in Tai Tokiro, and these ladies all come with unique Tai Tokiro experiences. Iha Pera Pāniora is unique in the way that she has had to fight for our voice in kaipara. No one else had to front the wrath and the racism and the taimaha that Iha Pera had to across the motu. Her evidence is unique, and I keep reflecting on the 40 minutes that I was allocated, and in working with our team, we were always going to stay within that timeline to respect the decision of the timetable. It is distressing that having this talent in the room, the missed opportunity to ask questions of them and their long experience, for it is the strength of courage of wahine like this that are important, I believe, as an uri, to hear and to consider for reporting, but also for recommendations to improve the system into the future. There is significant trauma, colonial trauma, local government and central government trauma that these wahine carry, and I share that because it's just sitting below the surface as we have prepared for today. And I feel that it is unfair that for the 40 minutes that was allocated, which I've acknowledged 30 minutes could be for these ladies to address you, to come and to share what the agents of the Crown have done to them as wahine, have inflicted upon them the harm, the damage to wairua, to whakapapa, the way that they have been shunned, targeted, bullied and suppressed, that giving them 20 minutes to address you, to not impact on the timetable, would be a great consideration by the tribunal while we have them here. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Well, perhaps to clarify, the briefs that were filed on the deadline for evidence that was to be taken as read on the papers. An opportunity has also been given for further briefs to be received from those witnesses, and for evidence which is to be taken on the papers, we have a process in place for questions to be given in writing, so that witnesses have an opportunity to really consider those questions and to provide us answers to those questions in writing. So there is a process in place for that evidence to come before the tribunal. And I'm just conscious that we spent a good chunk of our hearing time this morning on this issue, when we could have been engaged in useful dialogue with you in relation to your evidence.
In my final whakautu e te kai whakawā, I believe this is grossly unfair to block these wahine from speaking. I am merely just the vessel to bring their evidence before the tribunal, and therefore I feel that we have been prejudiced as claimants and as witnesses, and will stand down now. Nō reira, e te whare, kua rongo koutou I waku whakaaro, me e nei mahi kua tūkino I taku reo me te reo o waku hoa, e mihi ana kia koutou taku iwi, mihi ana kia koutou te tribunal, e heke ana ki raro, kia ora.
Okay. Okay, te pai, that is your decision, so we will leave that there. And the tribunal will, if we have questions for you, we'll give those to you in writing. Thank you. So in terms of the timetable, my question to Wakro Panaho, are you ready to proceed with your opening and your witness?
Mum, I think they're online.
Wakro Panaho?
Tēnā koe, Mum. Can you hear us?
Yes, yep.
And you can see us?
Yes, can see and hear you. Are you ready to proceed with your opening and your witness?
Yes, Your Honour, we are ready to proceed. And I'm joined today by Ms Tracy Hillier, named claimant for Y1781, and her wife, Kaireen Tapuki, who will open the court evidence today.
Wa o tira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tūtahi, nā mihi nui ki te kai whakarite, te kai whakahaere o te kariki tēnei ata. He mihi aroha tēnei ki o koutou, nā te hine, te hapu nā te hine. O tira me te pare tapu o nā puri, me te waka o mā tātua. Anei nā uri o muriwai e mihi atu nei ki a koutou katoa, mai i a ngai tamahaua o Pōtiki whakatohia. Ko tai mai mātou ki te whakanui i te kaupapa o te mana wahine i tēnei rā. Nā mihi nui ki a koe te kaupapa wā Reeves, me nā mema katoa o te tribunal. Ka huri. Anei nā kōrero mō nā wahine, toko i te oro a Aotearoa nei. Ka mihi rā ki tōku neni Katerina Maxwell ni Gage, no te whānau apani, no te whakatohia tēnei kuia. Ka huri atu a hau ki a Ngāti Parau, nei rā te mihi ki a neni Jean Maxwell, no Waiomatatini tēnei kuia no Ruatoria. Ka haere tōtika ki te maunga o Taranaki, ki tōku kuia ki a neni Ivy Witere Papakura, o tēnei te tuahine o tōku ake kuia. Koinei o ku kuia e toru o te pukapuka, te timatana tātou, Early Stories of the Māori Women's Welfare League. Ka mihi rā ki ngā mema tāpito, katoa, me ngā mema o inei rā o te rōpu wahine toko i te ora o Pōtiki. Ka mihi rā ki ngā wahine rangatira o te rōpu toko i te ora o Pōtiki, kia koutou, ko mene ki te pō, ko Josie Mortensen, ko Lady Mary Delamere, ko Doreen McCorkindale. Me nā wahine te rōpu toko i te oro o Pōtiki i nei rā. Nā mihi nui ki a koe, whaia puru kapa. Nō reira tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā e te kaiwhakawā o tira ngā mema te rōpū whakamani te tiriti o Waitangi. Ko Bobby Walker hau, kei konei au mō te kaikremi o Wai 1781. Your Honour, I understand that opening submissions have been taken as read, and opening submissions for the Y 1781 claim have been filed with the appellation 3.3.17. I would like to begin though with some opening remarks and to introduce again the Y1781 claim. The named claimants include Ms Hillier, the late Rita Wordsworth, and the late Martinga Biddle, who have advanced this claim on behalf of Ngāi Tamahaua Hapu. Ngāi Tamahaua is one of 6 hapu, or principal hapu of Whakatohia, located in Opotiki, where we're joining you from today. The tribunal heard from a number of Ngāi Tamahaua witnesses during the tuapapa hearings, and this evidence focused on Ngāi Tamahaua's concepts of mana wahine, which we submit are the starting point of their claims in this inquiry. And in summary, these concepts encapsulate that mana wahine is inherent and foundational to Māori society, that wahine Māori hold critical cultural and spiritual leadership roles within hapu. Mana wahine is synonymous with balance,
and upholding it is essential for the long-term well-being of the hapu. And finally, that mana wahine is strong and endures through adversity. The historical context of Ngāi Tamahoa also has a bearing in this, on the claim in this inquiry. Importantly, it must be acknowledged that Ngāi Tamahoa wahine and whānau have suffered distinct intergenerational trauma and hardship as a result of the Crown's unjustified invasion, occupation, and subsequent raupatu of Ngāi Tamahoa lands. The opening submissions address in full each of the claims relating to each of the pau in the inquiry, and the Rangatiratanga aspects of the claim concern the Crown's failure to recognise and ensure the tino rangatiratanga of Wahine Māori. In essence, the claimants say that Wahine exercise their authority through the hapu. The Crown's persistent failure to recognise hapu rangatiratanga is therefore an inherent failure to recognise Wahine rangatiratanga. Further, the claimants say that that Crown policies and actions, or more so inactions, have led to the significant underrepresentation of Wahine Māori in central and local government. This has marginalised the voice of Wahine Māori in these spaces and in turn perpetuated their lack of representation. You'll hear today from named claimant Tracy Hillier, who has filed a brief of evidence with the appellation C57. As a fierce advocate and tireless kaimahi for Ngāi Tamahoa, Ms. Hillier has advanced and protected the interests of her hapu in various public forums and spaces, including through participation of this claim in multiple tribunal inquiries. Ms. Hillier's evidence for the Rangatiratanga Pau recounts how Crown forces inflicted gendered violence on Ngāi Tamahoa wahine, stripped Ngāi Tamahoa wahine of autonomy and spiritual well-being, and embedded patterns of intergenerational trauma that continue to affect the capacity of wahine to carry out leadership roles today. Ms. Hillier asserts that for Ngāi Tamahoa, mana wahine is grounded in hapu rangatiratanga, and conversely, hapu sovereignty is grounded in mana wahine. The evidence will demonstrate that despite the guarantee of tino rangatiratanga, the Crown resists engaging with hapu at a partnership level and instead pursues policies and practices that privilege iwi level or Crown-created entities over hapu. This excludes wahine from direct engagement with the Crown and forces hapu to compromise their own rangatiratanga in order to participate. Ms. Hillier's evidence also demonstrates that Ngāi Tamahoa wahine have and continue to be leaders within their hapu and communities, and routinely fill service and needs gaps that have been left by Crown systems. This mahi is being conducted without recognition, support, or resourcing from the Crown. And finally, in her experience, Ms. Hillier has found that decision-making spaces, public decision-making spaces, to be culturally alien, often hostile towards expressions of rangatiratanga, and therefore unsafe for wahine Māori. Ms. Hillier also notes the incompatibility of tikanga-based decision-making and public decision-making, and that these are structural barriers created by the Crown that result in the underrepresentation of wahine Māori in public decision-making roles. To conclude, Ms. Hillier says that from a Ngāi Tamahoa perspective, meaningful transformation requires co-design that is led by wahine Māori and grounded in hapu rangatiratanga. If there are no questions at this point, Your Honour, I would like to call Ms. Hillier to present her evidence.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. No mai, Ms. Hillier. We have more time this morning than we thought we would have, so feel free to take your time and to elaborate on your brief. We will be breaking for morning tea at 10:30, and we'll see where we've got to by that point. We may have commenced questions from the tribunal prior to that point. Okay? Ke a koe.
Your Honour, we'd just like to start with Kyrene again. Thank you for your mahi and introduction here, and to Bobby too. You have seen our taonga before. They were presented at the first hearing, but we'd just like to reintroduce the kaupapa.
Tēnā rā koutou katoa. I whakatakotoa nai tamahaua hapu I tēnei mere. O te tikanga o tēnei mere, hei hahau I te rono. Wainga nui I ngā hapu me ki o te whakatohia, me ngā iwi ka whakapā atu mo tēnei me te meho. O te rā, ko tai atu tēnei mere ki te Supreme Court, I te whakātu I tēnei mea, I tēnei mea rangatira me ki, o te rā, ka haere tēnei mere ki ia wāhana o ngā karemi hoki o nai tamahanga. Hei aha, hei whakātu, I te tino rangatiratanga o mātou engari, o te mana motuhake o muriwai me ki o nai tamahaua tēnei mere. O te rā, tēnā rā koutou katoa. Kia ora rā. I whakatakoto mātou nā te karaua teriyaki amu I karakia I taua I te koti teitei o Rotorua. E mana motuhake. Tēnā rā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koutou te tribunal. As Kyrene has said, our taonga, te mana motuhake o Moriwai, to bring us in peace. And I'd just like to start with one of our sayings from our rangatira te koti. He ohoneri e koronia he maungaranga, he whakarapai ki te tangata katoa. May we come in peace and good thoughts to guide our action. I'd just like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the tribunal and thank you for this opportunity to present our kōrero today from Opotiki. Aroha mai, we're not in our pari tipuna moriwai as we are getting a new parikai, so we've been closed for about a year. I'd like to acknowledge all the submitters, and not only this tribunal, but all the tribunals that are going throughout Aotearoa, and all the wahine that are presenting in those forums. Just to acknowledge Ngāti Hane and their leadership that they've shown in the tribunal. And just in passing to acknowledge Huhana, who has just landed in London, that's just presented, and with her hoa Marama Davidson. Marama Davidson was a person that during my development I have looked to through our time of the Human Rights Network and leading, and as Minister, she facilitated a space where we were able to contribute to, I think, a significant level to the development of the strategies Te Ao Riri Kura, which will be presented in other posts. Nā mihi to the wahine toa and that hikoi of probably about 30 years. Just turning again to some of the awesome leaders from the Women's Welfare League, we mihi to them. In a space of time, there was when every single nanny that we knew was a member of the Women's Welfare League. In their time, it was a membership of pride in their contribution and the opportunity to hold leadership roles up to the very top of the league. Nanny Doreen was at that leadership level. So we mihi to the Women's Welfare League for their endurance over many, many years and for that opportunity to hold those kaupapas over health, education, social services and sectors to bring our people together
to make a difference in protecting whānau hapu and iwi. Our mahi goes, and aroha goes out to these members. Today, as you see, we're wearing this t-shirt here. We had the choice of wearing my, I usually wear, if we're referring to Ngāpuhi, my Wakaputanga t-shirt to signal some of the mana areas that we have of this nation that starts with He Wakaputanga, signed in 1835. It's now becoming understood to be a foundation document of sovereignty, and that we acknowledge as Ngāi Tamahaua, but our direct signatures that we can track in participation is 7 of our rangatira signed the Treaty of Waitangi on the 27th and 28th of May 1840. Those documents, both of them recognise strongly a mana motu hake o ngā hapu, and that's where Ngāi Tamahaua has stood and still remains to stay as a foundation document of our relationship with the Crown in this nation. I will now turn to the submissions. I am a uri of Ngāi Tamahaua hapu and name claimant for Ngāi Tamahaua hapu claim Y1781. At the moment, I'm the single claimant with the passing of my co-claimant Rita Wordsworth in May of last year. I've been actively involved in our hapu claims and have held numerous representative roles for Ngāi Tamahaua hapu alongside my mahi with the hapu and our claims. I've had roles with community organisations in education, health and social services. It has been a lifelong commitment of mine to work for the good of Ngāi Tamahaua community, our whānau and our hapu. Actually, for our hapu, that's a hapu requirement that you have not only hapu, you have ahi ka and tikana, that service is tinana, showing up, engaging, contributing and participating. I give this evidence to highlight issues, themes and aspects of our claim that are relevant to the Rangatiratanga Pou. In my view, the issues and themes of the Pou are intrinsically linked and mutually inform each other. For example, the exercise of Wahine Rangatiratanga encompasses the roles and responsibilities of Wahine in relation to their whānau, taiao and whenua, as well as autonomy and decision-making in personal, collective and representative capacity. The Crown's erosion of Wahine rangatira therefore impacts the broader lived experience of Wahine Māori. Importantly, Ngāi Tamahaua today continue to suffer from the effects of raupate and the imposition of the Crown's colonial regimes. It cannot be overlooked that the historic actions and violations of the Crown have caused the degradation of Wahine Rangatiratanga. Right from the raupate, the Crown has refused to accept Wahine leadership. It was Wahine who paid the greatest penalty during the Crown invasion, raupate and occupation. They raped and killed our wahine, took their homes, their whenua, and attacked their wairua. Our women were forced to kneel in the church and repent, where our wahine, our status and respect as rangatira among our people, colonial forces stripped them of their autonomy and authority. This violence commenced by the Crown has not stopped for our wahine. It is intergenerational violence that has caused intergenerational harm. I consider that in a contemporary context that the Crown's denial of
hapu rangatiratanga and our traditional ways of life, roles and responsibilities has had the effect of diminishing the exercise of rangatiratanga as wahine Māori. Ngāi tamahawa inherent mana and rangatiratanga cannot be taken away by the Crown. It is ours. However, in my experience, ngāi tamahawa rangatira and mana motuhaki has been distorted and is not able to be practiced in a way that is uniquely ours, as it has been eroded and influenced by Western whakaaro.
Hello, Celia. In paragraph 18 of your evidence, you've discussed the dependency of hapu rangatiratanga and why the interdependency of hapu rangatiratanga and wahine rangatiratanga. Would you please speak to this?
Paragraph 7. In line with mana and rangatiratanga of Ngāi Tamahaua, we have adopted the position of our tīpuna Te Takahi ao rangi haerepo taua tore Whākia and Whākia. With the other hapu signatories, signed the Treaty of Waitangi in Pōtiki on the 27th and 28th of May 1840 to recognise, maintain and protect the rights of hapu and exercise tino rangatiratanga and mana motuhaki of the hapu. Hapu are sovereign. We are the treaty partner. Accordingly, no one speaks for Ngāi Tamahaua or represents Ngāi Tamahaua but Ngāi Tamahaua. Decision-making over matters affecting our rohi, uri and whānau and solutions to issues facing our whānau must come from Ngāi Tamahaua. Ngāi Tamahaua action, our rangatiratanga face-to-face to protect the mauri of our hapu and wider community who are our manuhiri. Importantly, hapu sovereignty and mana motuhaki cannot be exercised without balance of mana tāne and mana wahine. Wahine are essential to ensuring the continuity of our hapu by carrying the whare tangata of all future generations. Our wahine also carry the mana and tapu around protecting the kaupapa, history and stories of relationships and connections and birthing practices through karakia, waiata and rongoa. Wahine of our hapu are essential to maintaining our framework of mātauranga cultural practices, ahika and te reo, which underpins our beliefs and identity. Under Ngāi Tamahaua tikanga, you have to carry whakapapa and ahika to carry the mana to make decisions for our hapu, irrespective of gender. This requires active contribution and participation in hapu affairs. Because of this, our hapu has had and continues to have strong wahine leadership and wahine decision makers. Sadly, in our current climate, where whānau are forced away from their kāinga for work and necessities, there is a lack of people with the capacity and time to be active on the marae. As a result, the roles of wahine and tāne have become unbalanced. As an example, during tangihanga for one of our mokopuna, we did not have any kōrero tāne present or men who could raise the flag. Although my wife and I could have done this, we did not want the whānau to feel aggrieved that this was done by a woman. We eventually reached out to the whānau to find someone to complete this process. This signified to us the importance of having our wahine and tāne home to carry out and ensure the preservation of Ngāi Tamahaua customs and practices for the next generation. There are several other examples I can provide where we have been left short on our marae. Our tikanga is therefore being required to adapt to accommodate situations to maintain our mana. For example, instead of being able to host a full forfeiting, we have at times turned to a small whātau where wahine are able to speak to welcome our manuhiri of the day. The Crown has forced these scenarios on us without providing resources, support for funding for the replenishment of our pai or to support our hapu to adapt to these changes. It is our mana that is diminished in these circumstances when we cannot effectively manaki our manatiri, not that of the Crown.
Order, Ms. Hillier. Could you please read the section of your brief concerning Ngāi Tamahawa Wahine leadership?
Paragraph 16. The exercise and expression of Wahine Rangatira can be seen in the Wahine leaders of Ngāi Tamahawa and the work they have been done in responding to the needs of our people and asserting our mana motuhake as hapu. Where there is work to be done in Ngāi Tamahawa, we have a whakataiki, haua te mahi, and the women get in there and lead the kaupapa. The clearest example of Wahine leadership in the mana afforded to Wahine by their respective hapu is the prominence of Wahine claimants. Most of, and that's in the northern eastern Ebok, most of the claimants from the 33 or so whakatoiha hapu claims are women, including myself and Rita, who are the only claimants appointed by a hapu since Martina Biro, who has passed, first filed the claim in 2008. Both Rita and I were involved at that time to support Martina and a number of hapus to launch those claims. There were a number of influential wahine of Ngāi Tamahawa who have contributed to the advancement of our hapu, including my mother-in-law, Moriwai Jones. Moriwai has been a leader in the education space, and we will be presenting more on the development of education in the other posts. She was the first Wahine Māori principal of Opotiki Primary School. Moriwai was also the only female negotiator on the Whakatohia Raupati negotiating committee during the first Whakatohia settlement negotiations. This is a position we still recognise. We respected the role and looked to her for advice and support. She was a strong advocate for Te Reo Rangatira and advancing and building our first kura, Te Kura Ahu Reina o Whakatohia. Sadly for us, Moriwai Jones passed in September of last year. My whanaina Rita Wordsworth was a real leader in the claim space. Rita was appointed named claimant of my 1781 claim alongside myself and led out and encouraged hapu to engage in the process. Rita was appointed to the Whakatohia Māori Trust Board before I was and served as secretary of the Mokomoko claim for 15 years. Rita was heavily involved in wānanga that were held to reconnect Mokomoko whānau with Whakatohia. Rita was a strong and focused presenter for our whānau. Rita was also worked tirelessly as a claims researcher, was fundamental in reclaiming and uncovering our hapu histories and stories. Heather Thompson, who was the head of maternal services at Miramore Hospital, returned to initiate the first family service centre model in Opotiki. The importance of giving our whānau access to wraparound health, education, and early childhood and social services cannot be understated. The leadership and work of our nannies is what steered our hapu towards the Bay of Plenty Health Initiative, and they signed the declaration of Pautiri Ora a Papa, which was the first relationship structure with the DHB, with the board. It cites the orientation of a pan-Māori collective, Te Puna Ora o Mātātou, which was Māori Nurses Collective, which still stands today, a huge, significant provider making significant
out differences for our Māori communities, Te Puna Order o Mātātua. Around 1999 and 2000, myself and my sister Sharon Campbell, along with our other wahine, and actually led by our queer Hiniho Campbell, with support of the other two Mātātua iwi of Ngāti Awa and Tūhoi, we started occupying our whenua at the first one at Paimanaka. The occupation was led by our queer Hiniho Campbell. This exercised our Rangatiratanga and assertion of mana whenua gained the Crown's attention with a precursor to the initial Whakatohea settlements. This was because after we were the only iwi to reject the settlement in 1996, and the Crown stopped talking to Whakatohea, when we started occupying the whenua, and we moved from Paimanaka to Mātātua Reserve, then to Tūhoi, and other areas came in through Mātātua. That this started the process again. It was always upholding the mana motuhake of each hapu to join in. We actually had a visit from Tariana Turia and the wahine that were occupying in their area of Whangare. They came over to meet the wahine of Whakatohea because we were one of the occupations that was just wahine led. There were many more wahine I could mention. None of these wahine leaders were in these positions because the Crown has supported or facilitated them. The positions have been hard fought for to earn recognition within their own sectors. Speaking from my experience of the treaty claim space, even when our own hapu nominate wahine to positions of leadership and we just dedicate a significant proportion of our time in the service of these roles, the Crown sets its own policies about who they will engage with and what leadership models it considers are important. The Crown does not engage with Ngāi Tamahoa claimants or hapu directly or acknowledge hapu authority, despite our ongoing efforts to do so as the treaty partner. The Crown has dedicated policies such as large natural grouping, as the large natural grouping policy, which reinforces this point. The Crown continually chose to engage at an iwi level or through single representative entities such as the Whakatohea Māori Trust Board. These are Pākehā designed entities and some of Crown entities that do not reflect our hapu structure and leadership. It took almost 30 years for the Trust Board to have a wahine Māori board member. Hapu have therefore been forced to compromise rangatiratanga and authority in their own right in order to engage with the Crown.
Cecilia, can you please continue from the part of the evidence regarding the insufficient support and acknowledgement of wahine Māori social services and contributions?
Paragraph 24. I believe that this is because wahine Māori inherently have the skill sets such as manaakitanga, which makes them best placed to care for our tamariki, mokopuna and tonga. We are also not afraid to step up in difficult times and wrap ourselves around those in need. I have been involved in several kaupapa, including during COVID-19, where borders were locked down and it was our wahine who worked at drive-in testing stations to deliver kai and resources boxes to homes and put ourselves at risk to ensure that our whānau and wider community are being looked after. This is the reason we had our vaccinations, Karen and I, so that we could continue this work. I experienced firsthand how our wahine were critical drivers in developing tikanga informed by Māori for Māori COVID-19 responses to cover extensive gaps in social and health services in our rural communities during this time. Our marae were even opened up for these services. The mahi was done without support or resourcing from the Crown and came through partnerships. And our wahine Māori network who had access to social service provider funding. Another example in terms of homelessness is that we had approached the Crown to see about utilising land bank houses that were currently sitting empty to house our whānau in Opotiki. Our suggestions is how Ngāi Tamahau and Hapu alike can be empowered with the support of the Crown to alleviate these issues have been ignored. I have presented on the aspects of these issues in various Waitangi Tribunal Kaupapa inquiries I have participated in over the years. I do this because I see the Waitangi Tribunal as a critical forum in which wahine voices such as our own and the voice of our hapu can be elevated to the level of direct engagement with the Crown. However, once again, the Crown's consistent disregard of tribunal recommendations and the lack of meaningful engagement with the process makes our efforts feel futile.
Ms. Hillier, you set out in your evidence your views as to why there is an underrepresentation of wahine Māori in public decision-making roles. Would you like to speak to that?
I must say this submission was written before we had our last election, because we were able to, in Opotiki, hold our Māori wards. We now have 2 wahine Māori in roles in Opotiki District Council. But this was our submission at the time. In Opotiki, we have a large population of Māori, yet hardly any representation in local government. I have made submissions on the Council's annual plan regarding the underrepresentation of Māori. I was also involved in the recent referendum on Māori wards and encouraged our whānau to engage in the process. Although the results were in favour of Māori wards, and despite our numbers, it wasn't by a large margin. I believe our whānau have reservations about representation in local and central government, due in part to a lack of education and the view that those individuals elected will not reflect their voice of hapu and whānau. At a high level, I would also believe there is an underrepresentation of our wahine Māori in local and central government because our world doesn't align with those spaces. There are still 2 worlds. We have our marae and tikanga through which we conduct our decision making and manage our own affairs. And there is the world controlled by tauiwi, that is the public space. For Ngāi Tamahau, there will always remain a level of pain and mistrust of Pākehā government stemming from the raupati and successive ill treatment of our people by the Crown. Furthermore, from my experience addressing Ngāi Tamahau kaupapa with local government, including directly in council meetings and other public consultation spaces, I have come to see it is not a safe space for wahine Māori. One of the times I went to the district council to speak, one of our wahine was the mayor and heading the hui. As I understand, she was the first and so far only wahine Māori mayor. The meeting commenced with our kaupapa. We were chosen to speak first. After we made our main points, we sat down to hear the other submissions. I was shocked at the disrespect and aggressive conduct of the other parties. Pākehā men were yelling, threatening, accusing our wahine mea over rates issue. It was ironic given we were usually the ones accused of being disrespectful. On other occasions, I have attended an Otara Waiwika River Management Committee hui, a committee that made promises of co-management with Ngāi Tamahawa. We attended to raise issues of waitahu desecration that had occurred as a result of forestry work. There were no seats reserved for hapu, despite there being labelled seats and tables for other groups. And the Farmers Collective representatives had filled the entire front section. We therefore had to sit on the side and ask permission to speak. This is a blatant illustration of how local government does not give space or consideration to hapu when making decisions within our own rohi. There are fundamental differences in Pākehā systems of decision making. The public sphere is not tikana informed and guided, and therefore not designed to facilitate the exercise or expression of hapu and wahine rangatiratanga. Furthermore, I have seen hostility towards our expression in these spaces, and they are therefore unsafe for our wahine and our people in general. I am not surprised we are underrepresented because the system is not designed for us in mind.
Well, Ms. Hillier, would you like to provide your concluding remarks?
Wahine Māori play a critical role in society, not only Māori society, but for the benefits of the wider communities and actually this nation of Aotearoa. I am of a firm view that wahine Māori leadership needs to be properly understood and recognised by the Crown. Without this, the Crown will continue to design systems that are not built for us, systems that are made without us in mind, and systems that deny wahine. Transformation is needed. However, wahine Māori need to be at the forefront of that change, co-designing what the future looks like. And at the moment, we are sidelined and we are dismissed. If we look at leadership and go back to the Women's Welfare League, it is a model that has lasted. It is powerful, it is enriching and uplifting of our wahine. And I believe this is because it is a model designed by our nannies and is tikana led. He wahine, he whenua, he naro ai te tangata. By women and land, humanity is sustained or lost. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Hillier. Would you like to just remain here for questions of the tribunal and the Crown?
And ngā mihi, Ms. Hillier, for that evidence. We're going to commence with some questions now, and I'm going to ask Dr. Anderson if she has any questions.
Tēnā kōrua, tēnā koe, Tracy. You won't be surprised that I have some questions to ask of you. For listeners, I'm on the NEBOP panel, so Tracy has been a very important witness that we've heard from on a number of occasions. And one of the things that has impressed me is every time somebody from the panel says something nice to you about your leadership and your contribution, you always refer it back to the collective effort. And one of the things, one of my sort of hobby horses is how the Crown has interfered in the relationship between leadership and the hapu. And I just wondered whether you had some comment on that and the impact of that. Do you think that's a fair assessment, and what impact that has had on Wahine leadership in particular.
Kia ora, nā mihi ki a koe, Robin. Likewise, it has always been a joy presenting in front of you and the panel, and Papa Tom in that space, and Judge Dugan. As you said, we have received a lot of positive feedback from our submission, and I must always acknowledge that what I present, I at this time is just a māngai on behalf of my hapu. And part of our tikana, even though I strongly say Ngāi Tamahaua, the effects of the Crown influence is over all hapu. But because of our tikana, I can only voice it for Ngāi Tamahaua. Although I was raised with many nannies at Ngātinga Hiri, which my cousin Dudu, or Dr. Kaihatu Maxwell always reminds me, I was raised at Ngātinga Hiri with those queers there. And in their time under tikana, as shown in Dudu's presentations, I think we were chosen even as babies to carry these roles in there. And while I was at Ngātinga Hiri, one of my exes that maybe not a good thing to admit here is during karakia, I used to always go to sleep. That doesn't matter. And my mother used to say, oh, the policeman, because we have ringatu, we have policemen, it's going to give you a tap up for going to sleep during karakia. But our nannies used to always say, leave me to sleep. But, and that's the thing is, in the time of leadership, we were chosen as babies, we were enriched as mokopuna and given the tools, and then, unlike a lot of, I was chosen to stand by the kaumātuas at Ngāi Tamahaua in that space. I didn't just say, oh, I have a desire to do this. Who would, been in this space for 30 years. I've and we get a lot of our leadership transition from our tipuna, which we've represented before, Moriwai, her strength, her beauty, her perseverance, her directness, her guidance, her empowerment of looking after her whānau. She had great tragedy losing her twin sons, but she came through this to set some role models to us as wahine. And we talk to our men, their responsibilities to actually look after us. It's a core fundamental role of our men. It slightly can be a little bit lacking in this field, to look after the leadership and listen to the words, that come through. The role of the Crown, well, like we've said in submission, I don't believe their role has changed since the invasion of our Laupati. They took all our whenua, they took all our settlements, they smashed our economic base, they took everything. And one of the things for Ngāi Tamahaua, because we lost all our men in that space, they all died at various battles, disease, and the Raupati. Our women had to step up to the space, which would have made it very, very hard when the colonial soldiers didn't recognise that space. How would we get past in that space? And we have just found some evidence about Te Waihapua and meeting with the soldiers in the first few days of them invading. She went to speak to them about coming in peace. It didn't actually happen. But that was their agenda in their space. And it made their invasion and making us so vulnerable brought in their tauiwi models of leadership. Even in holding the land, our Māori wahine, when they married Māori men, we've just had a book published, they held their whenua. When they married Pākehā men, the land was transferred to the families of those men. And there's many soldiers that came in to get and rewarded with whenua, affecting this leadership in this space. I don't know if that is answering your question, Robin.
You kind of preempted my next question, but what would you say are the attributes of Wahine Rangatiratanga?
I think the attributes, as I said, from our tupuna moriwai, very strong, very direct, very balanced. If we're working proactively with our men, there has to be that union to have true balance in those spaces. I did say in our time, we also looked, in my time I suppose, Princess Tapuia, to give us those direction of looking after our mokopuna first, coming back, and she was persecuted for a number of things. Then we have our Queen, Te Ata Rangikahu, and those spaces. Now we've got the representing modelling that's coming from the Queen that we have now. We have always had strong wahine in our sector for Ngāi Tamahoa, and those relationships that have, like I said, there's two worlds. We're very strong in our world, and some of us have been given the opportunity or the responsibility to cross over to the wider community. And I think we've facilitated, if given the opportunity, very strong leadership and in those sectors to benefit the whole community. But they come from, directly we can attribute it to our tupuna moriwai.
Ngā mihi, we were just having a discussion as to whether Robin would give you her next question, because it's nearly morning tea time, and my question to her was it likely to be a long answer or a short answer? And she said probably a long answer. So okay. we're going to pause now for our cup of tea. And
maybe she wants to give it to me so I can think about it.
She said, do you want to give it to her so she can think about it over morning tea time? Kei te pai.
Okay. So I was interested in your discussion about or your submission about your wahine mea and how she was treated within council meetings. And so we've heard quite a bit from different witnesses about the abuse that wahine in the public space suffer. And I wondered, especially with paragraph 55, whether it's directed to, do you think it's directed to them because they are Māori women, or is it the whole system that they just, the whole way that councils operate is likely to, is so inappropriate to the way of Māori thinking? I'm not sure whether I'm expressing my... Adversarial. It's adversarial, yes. And not perhaps so personally directed. So if you could think about that and respond after we've had a nice cup of tea.
Okay, well done. Thank you.
Kia ora. We'll break now for half an hour for a cup of tea. Come back at 11 a.m. Thank you. O tēnā tātou, me haere tōnu tātou I ngā pātai. So I think Ms. Hillier, Robin posed a pātai to you before the break, and unless she's got anything to add to that pātai, we'll pass over to you for your response.
I don't. I think I might have needed morning tea to formulate it better, but I trust that you understand where I'm coming from and can answer as eloquently as usual. So thank you, Tracy.
Thank you very much, Robin, for the opportunity to have some time for thought and to respond. I think it's, as the judge has said, it's a bit about the process, adversarial, because as Ngāi Tamahara, we used to have a rōpū who were very interested in protecting all these spaces. So we used to go over, thoughtful, taking time to analyse what was before us, to make submissions. To policies, to annual plans, to whatever was coming, and it became more complex and harder to do. But we found in response, whenever we did submission, it was kind of on the other side because of that its adversarial approach, a tick box that meant that they were just going to dismiss our presentation, tick their box and continue in the process that most of the community found unacceptable. The process also from the influence of central government on local government in that space. In one sector, the Government Act would say that the councils are sovereign, they have the right to make their own decisions and representation decisions, and yet they control that and they can change that at any time, central government, and we found that had an influence. But relating to the example that I used with the council, the mayor herself had intergenerational experience of local government. Her father was the mayor for about 20 years of the council previously. Then our hapu Naitama, we went for a period about 18 years where the mayor was Mr. John Forbes. And during that time, also the CEO had influence, who was from Ngāi Tamahara hapu, Warren Payne, who was inclusive and gave us the opportunity to have a direct line to the mayor where we could bring up on any issues and at least sit at the table and discuss them. Whether we had influence to make changes, it may have been a different space, but at least we could raise direct influence affecting Ngāi Tamahara directly to the mayor. When this mayor came on board, there was a change, a very distinct change. We did not have a direct line. There was an influence in getting the settlement over the line, and it directed a lot of her thinking and planning with the CEO that was there at the time. But the example of that I used about the hui that was held, actually to accept submissions on the annual plan, Ngāi Tamahara, of course, prepared well. We had a number of submissions. We mentioned there we were professionally dressed, presented, organised, and we went into the forum. Even though our number was down the line, we were just randomly chosen to go first. So we did that. And we presented in a way that was always strongly challenging to the council about their lack of performance around the protection of the harbour, our wahi tapu representation, because we were presenting again on the need for Māori wards. And a number of kaupapa that the hapu had decided that was important. So we presented that, and then we sat back and we watched. I think some of the response to the Mea was because she was a wahine. I have not seen that presented that strong of a present from the other submitters to her, that kind of strong on the border of direct violence in that space. And like I said, usually it's purported like how our tipuna moriwai is negatively projected to the world as being stubborn, obstructive, and that kind of thing. That's how they present Ngāi Tamahaua. And yet we were the ones that were treated the space professionally and directly. Yet our other tangata treaty didn't show the same respect to the Mea and the representatives that were there before us.
All right, well, thank you. I do have other questions, but
Yes.
I hand it over to share, let somebody else on the panel have their turn to ask questions of you. So thank you for your responses.
Thank you, Robin, and of course you can provide any further questions in writing that you want to. Kim Pātai.
Tēnā koe, Tracy. Koutou hoki, kia ora. Look, firstly, Tracy, I really want to acknowledge your brief of evidence and particularly the examples of the exercise of rangatiratanga by wahine Māori across many local issues. So I really want to acknowledge that and thank you for furnishing that to us. But, alongside that, it's really saddening to hear of the instances of disrespect that you have felt and other Ngāi Tamahaua wahine have experienced. I did just want to turn to the part of your brief that's headed up Crown not respecting hapu decisions. It's and I'm particularly referring to paragraphs 33 to 37. So in that part of your brief, when you're talking about the Crown not respecting hapu decisions, it's really kind of seems to be anchoring into the Crown's approach to engaging with large natural groupings and with pre-existing entities such as trust boards. And what I just wanted to ask you to talk a bit about is how that impact on hapu rangatiratanga has had a sort of consequential impact on wahine and wahine rangatiratanga.
Okay. I think how I would reflect that is what I've said, that for Ngāi Tamahaua there were two worlds. We have our pā, our marae, and within that space we used to have strong both male and female leadership in there of our nannies and our queers who made the absolute decision for all of the people, all of the whānau in that space. And it was totally respected. And a lot of times, like Uncle Mātunga would put down, they did not want the Turi Pākehā to have anything to do in our pā space. And we had everything reflected in that. And we had people strong in mātauranga, tikana, reo, to maintain that. Coming out, and you've mentioned large natural groupings and those policies, that's only the contemporary space. For Ngāi Tamahawa, we've been in the settlement space since 1865. In the petitions that went in the 1911 to 1940, 46 years was the last settlement, which resulted in the setup of the Whakatohea Māori Trust Board. And in that space for about 40 years, it was just a male domain. And so when the Crown talks to just hapu Rangatiratanga, for Ngāi Tamahawa, they never accepted the first settlement when it was £300, when it should have been £1,500. And then they held it and created the Whakatohea Māori Trust Board. That process took 46 years. And to get to the end and the Crown to say, take this deal or we're leaving and we're never coming back, of course they would have to come together and accept that after going through a world war, a depression, and paying for that process themselves from their own money. They took the deal. And it's more or less what's happened this side. It's been there since 1989. And the Crown knew what Ngāi Tama and the other hapu's position was. And at first, as I said, Muriwai and Jones was the only wahine sitting in the Crown space with that. Although there was the next level down a number of wahine, strong wahine that we've mentioned that were also leaders in the Women's Welfare League and other spaces that were contributing to supporting her in that role and carrying it on. And then it came down to our time, where we've been there since, was called with the original claim, but then when that broke out down in 2008, ensuring and supporting that each hapu had its own claim. And virtually, if not leading them, and originally those were held by all men leaders, but they were always supported by wahine. And that's the reflection. Although we always see our men at the front, we see them at the front of the marae, it may not be them leading the kaupapa. The women always had control about what was said, what was done, and the presentation of anything that went forward, from the karanga to the whai kōrero to things. And we have seen examples sometimes when they didn't agree, they would step forward in waiata and close that kōrero down. Same with our leadership. Sometimes we've had to take stronger points of view that our wider iwi haven't agreed with, like the occupations. We've had other examples where we've had stronger actions, which got known as the lockdown or the roadblock at our own hapu, to have our voices heard and protect that mauri of the hapu. And we've always met all the standards of the Crown. You know, with these processes, whether it's with the council and we've made submissions, we've linked their processes, we've developed plans like the Tāparo for the regional council and the Pōtiki council. Ngāi Tama had its own strategy, registered in those areas. We went through and we had our nominations and our representatives nominated working in those sectors. We've always met those standards. We went through the red book, the blue book, the yellow book, the red book. And we met all the standards set by the Crown, and they kept moving the goalposts. And at the moment, because just at the time of Raupati was the same thing, we lost all our men leadership, and the women had to step up and actually lead the tauas, which put them at more attack of the soldiers who hated seeing any woman in those spaces. But they had to do it as the protectors of the whenua and their children and old people. They had to take those roles whether they wanted to or not. we as the wahine now have had to come into these spaces and protect the mana and rangatiratanga of our hapu, and we continue to do it.
Kia ora, thank you.
Tēnā koe Tracy, Linda Smith, tēnei. Two questions. I really like the way you kind of spelled out the balance factor of, I think that's paragraph 21, the balance of manatane and manawahine. And then in the next section, you give a couple of poignant examples at the marae, at a tangihana, when that, you know, the men weren't present. And so therefore the impact of that lack of balance in everyday life now. And I guess my question then is really about what you want out of this process, and whether you've given some thought to what are the mechanisms that would bring balance back.
Tēnā koe whaia Linda, Perry and tēnei. Well, since I was the kai karana at that particular tani, and it is about balance, and I had all these people behind me. They're a lot older than me. Sadly, in Ngāi Tamahaua, reo is something that is that needs strengthening and balancing and tikanga. A lot of the people that are older than myself need to be educated in such matters. But anyway, our relation was down at the bottom. He had been coming to the marae for a few years over disagreement on raupatu. And Tracy went down to see him, to say to him, well, bro, either Karine speaks, it would be much better if you speak as a tāne. And he agreed to that, so ka pai, we rectified it that way. But sometimes we have to be very, in terms of well-being and moving forward, you just have to get those strategies in with our tāne. And we hope that going forward, now that settlements been signed nearly a year or so, that there will be probably balance, that people will want to come in and take these, be more responsible in their obligations. We're all obligated to uphold the mana of our whare tifuna and ourselves and our people, and especially at a tanihana. So that's one thing. And sadly, with that tanihana, it was actually our relations, parama aroha, the mongrel mob, who they try hard though, when they realise, when they relax, that everything's, we need to produce a space of safety in everything that we do, and of respectfulness and of integrity tanga, as te waihono I te pō, our new queen says, her new kupu, integrity tanga, and uphold everything to the highest in our conduct and behaviour, in encouraging others.
If I can just add to that, Linda, for us the balance would be to recognise the Treaty of Waitangi, and uphold those Article 2 rights. As I referred to the T-shirt, and it's here in front here, this is in our whare tipuna moriwai, and it's the battle that we have currently within us is, are we going to uphold the mana motu hake and rangatiratanga of our tipuna, or are we going to fall to the challenge of the tikana Pākehā, which is the picture of the soldier underneath? This is our biggest challenge today for our people, our young people, in balancing those. When Uncle Martinga was here, he was a strong advocate of balancing the roles of, and he was the pautikana of Hāhi Rangati, not of Whakatohia, not only of our hapu, but of Whakatohia. And he was the one that strongly emphasised the balance of the roles of mana tane and mana wahine, and giving them so much so he designed an educational curriculum that had the atua tane and atua wahine together in that structure 100 years before his time. And so this picture has been in our whare moriwai for over 100 years. We've had the 100-year reunion thing. But so this is the biggest challenge for us today. Maybe some of us old dinosaurs still believe we can stick to our own tikanga, upholding our mana, and mana motuhake and Rangatiratanga. You know, that was promised. Well, first in the Wakapuitanga as a sovereign nation and the right to hold that, which was acknowledged the mana of hapu, to the Treaty of Waitangi, Article 2, rights to uphold. And then we have, of course, the United Nations rights that recognise the rights of Indigenous people. We have had leaders, and that used to be our principles under how where our identity is Ngāi Tamahawa, but it has already been quite significantly affected by the settlement, even though we're not supposed to say.
Thank you. I might leave my second question and address that later. Thank you.
Kia ora, Tracy. We now, it's time to see whether the Crown has any cross-examination for you.
There? Wherever you like. Well, I'd like to face the this one? Sorry. Just get that right. And if I could see the Ms. Hillier too, that would be great. There you are.
We can't see you. We can't see Crown Counsel.
Can't see me.
Yeah.
So first of all, tēnā koe, Ms. Hillier, and tēnā koe to your support. I'm sorry I didn't catch who that was.
I'm Karen Tawhiti. I'm also from Ngāi Tamahawa.
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
My name is Maria de Lajanis. I represent the Crown, just so you know who I am. I have just a few questions. First of all, just a clarification, Ms. Hillier, if I may. You have raised some of these issues in the housing inquiry in terms of the land banking system, is that correct?
Yes, I have.
And you also recently presented in the Northern Eastern Bay of Plenty inquiry, which is currently ongoing. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if I could take you to paragraph 6 of your brief. You state there that right from the Raupato, the Crown has refused to accept Wahine leadership. Can you clarify, please, what you mean here Can you give some examples of how the Crown has refused to accept Wahine leadership?
I think right from the beginning, the Crown in sending in the military invasion had difficulty, which is recorded in response. There was no real restraint on the military under martial law to the genocidal scorched earth policy applied to Whakatohia and the hapu. Because, like I said, Ngāi Tamahaua, Whakatohia had lost the majority of their men at the Battle of Kaupapa and a number of battles. The woman came in to lead a number of these roles, and we're not recognised in that space. And it would have been very hard to negotiate a peace or outcome at that time.
In exercising leadership roles, in that example that you gave?
Yes. Yes, and just although we have found evidence of Te Waihapua or Arangi speaking with the military within the first week in stating to come in peace and to join in to find the murderers of Wahine, it doesn't seem to have had much effect at controlling their actions.
So you're talking about a very specific example going back to a number of years ago, is that right?
It's just one of the examples that we're using in the time of Raupatu.
I'll move on now to paragraph 27 of your brief.
Yep.
Here you talk about the Crown not providing resources and support for funding for the replenishment of your pie, right?
Yes.
You also have referred to the recent settlement of the Whakatohia Claims Settlement Act 2024. Whakatohia, sorry, apologies. Claims Settlement 2024.
Yes, what number is that?
Well, just in some of the oral replies, you referred to it, to the recent settlement.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I understand that Whakatohia received a formal apology from the Crown, a significant amount of money in redress and return of certain sites. Has that made any difference to your hapu?
Not at this stage. And I don't think it, of course there will be improvements because a significant resource has been granted to the iwi and in driving those kaupapas, because the Crown really sets the kaupapa going forward, we would, and it would take a number of years to see any fruition. The settlement itself, and given to iwi, does not uplift the mana motuhake of each hapu.
Were you envisaging any other type of support rather than monetary support from the Crown?
The support that we would see in terms of mana motuhake and rangatiratanga is actually to recognise that each hapu has its own leadership, its own tikana processes, and that should be recognised by the Crown, not them driving the representational model and action out of it from their own understanding or lack of understanding how Ngāi Tamahaua and all the other hapus exist in this space. And let them sit at the table and make their own decisions about their own lives and communities, which we do not have at this time.
Moving on now to paragraph 55. Where you say that the public sphere is not tikanga informed or guided.
Yes.
What would that look like? How would tikanga informed processes help Wahine in the public sphere? Can you give some examples about what that would look like?
I think I've already spoken about the Women's Welfare League and how at one stage all of our nannies were members. You know, they joined of their own voluntary choice and decision making. They came together and formed their Opotiki branch, and they had the opportunity to take their voices right to the national stage. It's about recognising that we do have, whether the Crown likes to recognise it, he waka pūtanga that recognise the mana motuhake and rangatiratanga of the hapu as sovereign nations to sit at that table and make decisions, which was replicated in the Treaty of Waitangi. A tikana informed process would be simply to acknowledge that Ngāi Tamahaua exists, we have our own leadership, we have our own mātauranga and tikana that still exists, that has guided us for thousands of years in this nation, and we have a right to take it forward to our mokopuna. That would be what a tikana-based process would result in. It's sitting with the Crown today in that house and making decisions for our mokopuna, with our wahine and tāne in balance going forward under tikana.
Sorry, thank you. I'm just going to check if there's any more questions.
Thank you.
There are no more questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Maria.
O tēnā koe, Tracy, e mihi atu ki a koe mō tō kōrero hea mātou i tēnei ata. Thank you very much for your appearance this morning, your evidence and the responses that you've given to the pātai before you. There may be some more questions coming to you in writing. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. But again, thank you very much to all of you. And yeah, that's the end of that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Tēnā koe. Tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou. We are moving now to the next presentation, and this is on behalf of claimants 3012 and Phoenix Law.
Tēnā koe te kaipakawa. The next claim presenting evidence in the Rangatiratanga Po is the Y3012 claim. Council filed opening submissions with the appellations 3.3.22, which sets out the case of the claimants and were taken as read. I see that the Ngāti Whakauē Mai Maki 2 panel are presenting via AVL. The evidence of Moerangi Pōtiki in the Ngāti Whakauē Mai Maki 2 panel provides intergenerational insight into mana wahine within their iwi. Ms Pōtiki is the chairperson of Te Runana o Ngāti Whakauē. Ms Tapsell, a researcher at Te Kawa a Maui. Ms Pōtaka Aiton, a tumuaki of a kura located in Te Tairāwhiti. And Mr Tapsell, a trustee of Te Runana o Ngāti Whakauē. The evidence highlights the leadership of wahine Māori across generations, the transmission of mātauranga and tikanga, and the impacts of colonisation, including systemic barriers, cultural erosion, and the Crown's failure to adequately support Māori-led initiatives. Despite these challenges, the evidence demonstrates the resilience and rangatiratanga of wahine Māori and their ongoing role in sustaining whānau hapu and iwi. E te kaiwhakaua, before I hand over to the panel, unfortunately there are two kaiako who were requested to present their kōrero today, not in attendance due to kura commitments. Leave is being sought for these briefs of evidences which were filed on behalf of Mr Bennett with the appellation C52 and Ms Edwards appellation C54 to be taken as read and questions to be provided in writing.
Is granted. Thanks, Ms Boatwright.
Tēnā koe. Now, for the tribunal, the appellations of the briefs of evidences filed on behalf of the panel presenting today are C49, C65 and C50. I now invite the panel to present their kōrero to the tribunal.
Tēnā tātou, I think I'm up first. Do I just start?
Yes, please do.
Tēnā tātou, kei aku rangatira o te tribunal I mihi ana. Ko te aroa te waka ko Ngāti Whakauē te iwi, ko Ngāti Whakauē ki Maki 2 te hapu, ko Whakauē Tāwhiti te marae, ko ngā tairiti te tūpuna, ko Tapihana te whānau, ko Alan Tapsell tōku ingoa. I'm taking my full brief as read, and I'm just going to summarise some of my key points here for you. My brief of evidence addresses the Crown's duties and obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi in relation to the exercise of rangatiratanga and tikanga by wahine Māori, particularly within Ngāti Whakauē Mai Maki 2. It speaks directly to issue 1 of the inquiry statement of issues concerning the Crown's duty to recognise and actively protect the status, roles, responsibilities, practices, values and beliefs of wahine Māori. It also engages issue 2 and 3 concerning participation and leadership and decision-making processes affecting whānau whenua and community well-being. My evidence draws on whānau knowledge, whakapapa historical research that I've done in a personal capacity, but also through my work as well, and also lived experience to demonstrate that mana wahine and tino rangatiratanga were both inherent to Ngāti Whakauē tikanga, but also how this has been impacted through colonisation, and then also continued despite this impact and the colonial barriers. I wanted to firstly reiterate that to me, mana wahine, within the context of Ngāti Whakauē, ki maketu reflects balance, diversity, and the collective recognition of mana wahine, mana tāne, and the mana of all people in hapu and whānau. Prior to colonisation, it's my understanding that wahine exercised rangatiratanga across lots of spheres of life, including warfare, land protection, food production, whānau leadership, and community governance. This was depending on lots of things, such as skills, mana, whakapapa, and not simply gender-based assumptions. My tūpuna, Ngātai Reti is a clear example of this. She held significant land rights, and in fact, most of my whānau's land that we're lucky enough to still have today was from her ensuring that land was retained for future generations. She also sought to ensure that cultural connections for her uri were protected by selling some of her land to enable the construction of Whakauē marae in Maketu. And Ngātai also gave evidence in the Māori Land Court in the 1900s in relation to a taonga belonging to her mother, despite Crown policies that generally excluded wahine from such processes. In our whānau, Ngātai is remembered as quite a fierce, strong wahine who led lots of whānau decisions, including taumo, or choosing appropriate marriages for her children. However, within her lifetime, it's my understanding that things changed quite a lot, and some of this leadership she would have been affected due to colonial ideologies and systems towards the end of her life. Specifically from the kōrero that I heard growing up, it was the impact of war on whānau and hapu and the dynamics that played out, whereby tāne who returned from war became disconnected from tikanga and culture. My koro always told me that Ngātai was very against her sons going to war, but many of them went anyway, including my great koro Peter Tapiana. Peter was part of the first Māori contingent and landed in Anzac Cove on the 3rd of July 1915. During his time in war, I can't even really begin to imagine the trauma that he would have experienced in that time. And then upon his return here to Aotearoa, he struggled to get jobs and faced racism. Understandably, he turned his focus to Te Ao Pākehā and to education for his whānau. And this caused disconnection from culture and community as he tried to survive. It was during this period that imposed colonial gender hierarchies hugely influenced my whānau, whereby men were expected to lead and support whānau, but not in a way enforced by tikanga, but by colonial values. I believe this would have been really hard for Ngātai to see her sons moving away from a world that she knew that was grounded in tikanga. My koro, who is the grandson of Ngātai and the son of Peter, shared experiences with me also that highlight the impact of these colonial patriarchal values, particularly when it came to work and leadership and whānau responsibilities. He shared with me that there were expectations for the males in his whānau, so for him and his brothers, in regards to whānau leadership and work and responsibilities. So for him, he was to manage the farm where the whānau grew up in Maketu. But then for his brothers, they were expected to go to university and to study for professional careers. For his sisters, there wasn't a clear educational pathway or focus or whānau responsibilities. And it was sort of believed that suitable marriages were the pathway instead. Therefore, for my whānau experience, the Crown failed to meet its obligations to uphold rights and the Rangatiratanga of Wahine by creating a political value system that didn't see or support Wahine in the same way as it did to men, and disregarding tikanga as well in that way. Particularly poignant to me from this example is thinking that the granddaughters of Ngātai, who was such a rangatira and who had such mana and political rights in our community, faced a system where there wasn't equal opportunities or belief in them, including for education and for housing and for such things. I also just wanted to add in here that I didn't express this in my brief, that this view of gender and the subordination of wahine is also harmful to tāne Māori too. So to my koro and his brothers, obviously in a less direct way, but by enforcing strict gender roles and ideas about male and female worth, identities or responsibilities, everybody is harmed in that process because the diversity of all people is limited. Then as a wahine today, I've had to really actively work to reclaim my knowledge of mana wahine. It wasn't something that I grew up innately understanding. And I think a lot of that had to do with not knowing a lot about Ngātai. When I grew up, we heard little stories here and there, but we mainly talked about our male tupuna growing up. And I think that was to do with the abundance of records about my tupuna who went to war, including Peter. And it was easier to access that kōrero for my whānau. And then obviously days like Anzac Day, in which we celebrate and recognise those who went to war. But accessing kōrero about mana wahine was much harder for me growing up. But through whānau research, as I got older and asking questions and learning about her connection to whānau and whenua, it's really sort of, I guess, emboldened me and had a really important impact on my understanding of mana wahine, but also of my whakapapa. And I think also it has for my whānau, including for my father and my siblings. So, and despite all of that, throughout my whānau and hapu, there are amazing wahine who have, despite barriers, continued to exercise rangatiratanga since 1840 through resilience and adaptation. And this includes reclaiming te reo Māori, participating in governance through whānau trusts, leading community health and environmental initiatives, and mobilising collective action during crises such as the renal oil spill, Maketu, and the COVID-19 pandemic as well. And specifically, I'd like to acknowledge Elaine Tapsell, who keeps all of us who don't live in Maketu connected about what's happening and how we can get involved in these instances to support our community there. And for me, that's a real sign of a leader, someone who can communicate and keep us connected. To conclude, from my perspective, for wahine of Ngāti Whakaue mai Maketu, to freely exercise rangatiratanga, there must be equitable relationships, structural change across governance and education systems, and a genuine recognition of tikanga Māori, but also a deep social and ideological unlearning for all of us about gender and male and female ideas. And the Crown needs to actively and practically support this. Mana wahine cannot thrive unless mana tāne, mana tāngata, and mana whenua are also upheld and supported in accordance with Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Kia ora, that's all from me.
Tēnā koe. Miss Pōtaka Aiton.
Tēnā tātou, i ngā rangatira, ko Billie Jean Pōtaka Aiton tōku ingoa, te aroa whakapapa, te aroa waka, te aroa tangata, he uri au tēnei o Ngāti Whakaue, Ngāti Pikia hoki, no make tua hau, ko hene tara raua ko wikariwhi o kutūpuna, ai he tumua ki a hau ki te kura o puhi kaiti ki Turanganui a Kiwa. My name is Billie Jean Pōtaka Aiton, and I'm a principal of Kaiti School in Gisborne, where I reside. I am a mokopuna of the late Hinetara Pōtaka, a descendant of Te Aroa and Mātātua Waka, who served as the president of the Māori Women's Welfare League in 1971 to 73, and was an original claimant in the Mana Wahine claim 1993. Ka ora te whenua, ka ora te tangata. When the land thrives, we thrive. This whakatauki encapsulates a guiding principle of our whānau, instilled in us by our grandparents. Nani Hine's wairua continues on through the values, the strengths and the actions of her whānau. We are deeply honoured to have the ability to educate our tamariki under the korowai that she has laid and prepared for us. Mui mai rā e te kuia, mui mai rā. I provide this summary filed in support of the Y3012 claim within the Mana Wahine Kaupapa inquiry. This evidence speaks directly to issue 1 of the Statement of Issues for the Rangatiratanga Pou and engages with issue 2 and 3 as they relate to the leadership, decision-making, participation of Māori wahine in both Māori and Crown influence structures. Across the brief of evidence that we have provided, we provide intergenerational whakapapa-based evidence grounded in lived experience, community leadership, education, environmental kaitiakitanga, and the development of kaupapa Māori institutions. This evidence is given in loving memory of our Nani farm, Hene Tara Pōtaka, and that it addresses the Crown's duties and obligations under Te Tiriti in relation to the exercise of rangatiratanga and tikanga by wahine Māori. This engages directly with question 1 of the Tribunal Statements of Issues, which asks what the Crown's duties and obligations are concerning the status, roles, responsibilities, practices, values, and beliefs of wahine Māori. We affirm that mana wahine and tino rangatiratanga are lived realities expressed through whakapapa, mātauranga transmission, and leadership within whānau and hapori. The nature of this evidence is both personal and constitutional, and it situates mana wahine as inherent and pre-existing Crown recognition. In the section of our brief titled Mana Wahine and Tino Rangatiratanga, we articulate mana wahine as authority, self-determination, leadership, collective responsibility that is inseparable from whenua and whakapapa. We also endorse the brief of evidence provided by the national presidents of the Māori Women's Welfare League, affirming the League's kaupapa as an expression of rangatiratanga and Māori women's self-determination. In relation to our endorsement of the League's distributed leadership structure and accountability to whānau, hapu and iwi, we demonstrate that wahine Māori and governance models are community-centred and tikanga-based, and that these models require recognition and protection under Te Tiriti. Throughout our brief, we talk about our Nani farm, Hene Tara, detailing evidence of our queer's life and leadership. We share her upbringing in Te Ao Māori, her educational aspirations, the impact of wartime obligations on her, and her leadership across multiple domains, such as the founding of the Makatu Māori Women's Welfare League Maketu branch, serving as the 6th national president of the League, establishing the Maketu Play Centre and the Kohanga Reo in the village, contributing to the early development of the Kohanga Reo movement, serving as a preschool officer for the Māori Education Foundation, and working intensively in local communities across Aotearoa, as well as Indigenous communities in Australia and Fiji, and founding Awhina Whānau Education Services Trust. This evidence engages with issue 2 of the Statement of Issues, which asks about the Crown's duties in relation to the ability of wahine Māori to participate in and hold leadership and decision-making roles at local, regional and national levels. Our queer, her leadership traversed Māori and Crown spheres, yet remained grounded in tikanga and collective responsibility. And through our brief of evidence, we have demonstrated that wahine Māori have long exercised governance, policy influence, and institutional leadership, often without adequate Crown recognition or structural support. In Crown Prejudice, in our chapters there, we address directly the systemic discrimination and inequities experienced by wahine Māori. And under access to education, we describe how colonial education systems disrupted tikanga, reshaped gender roles, and limited educational opportunities for Wahine Māori. During Nene Hinetara's time, access to education was not a realistic or supported expectation by the Crown. This evidence engages with issue 1B and C of the Statement of Issues concerning whether the Crown has breached its duties and what prejudice has resulted. We identify intergenerational trauma, the erosion of tikanga-based relationships, and the burden placed on wahine to sustain whānau well-being despite systemic racism. So during the outbreak of war, educational aspirations were put to the side to fulfill the responsibilities on our whānau farm by Nene. And while the whānau survived this difficult time, it came at the cost of a higher education for my grandmother. Under access to funding, we described the chronic underfunding of kohanga reo and kaupapa Māori initiatives and the inequitable prioritisation of mainstream institutions. I recall my grandparents and other kaumātua of Maketu supporting with the funding to build a kohanga reo in Maketu because Crown funding was insufficient. I remember Nene taking us for walks in the taiao to collect resources, natural resources, harakeke, kōhatu, rau, shells, to play with that kohanga. There was no funding for equipment, and we were happy with what our Nene provided. We explain how our akuia established a wānanga training base in her own shed in the paddock at the farm due to the inadequate Crown support, illustrating how Rangatiratanga was exercised despite structural constraints. This demonstrates how Crown funding frameworks have acted as gatekeepers to Māori identity and knowledge transmission, resulting in ongoing prejudice. I recall the story of a young NZQA advisor who showed up to the farm and wondered if he was in the right place at the front of the shed in the paddock. Upon entry into the shed, he found a fully functioning tertiary institution. In Mana Wahine of today and the restoration of Rangatiratanga, we provide contemporary and forward-looking evidence. We describe interdependent leadership models between Wahine and Tāne, the rejection of imposed Western notions of subservience, and the constant raising of our rangatahi to expect an exercise of mana wahine. We include kōrero from our rangatahi who articulate mana wahine through whakapapa and ancestral exemplars. And so our grandparents brought us up differently from their experience in a colonial system. We were given opportunities to lead within our whānau business from a very young age. We were educated to tertiary level and encouraged to take opportunities in the Pākehā world to build resilience and our capability to walk and survive in both worlds. We were expected to lead within the whānau space using our individual strengths for the collective well-being of our whānau. We continue this kaupapa today. We talk in wānanga with our rangatahi and about our tūpuna who were mana wahine. We explore their narratives, their feats, their qualities as leaders, and the traits that we could benefit from in our current day settings. Our grandmother is one of these mana wahine that we tell true stories about. So this evidence demonstrates the ongoing exercise of rangatiratanga within whānau. We also address environmental kaitiakitanga, our orchard development on our ancestral whenua, and the facilitation of wānanga with our whānau to reconnect them with tikanga and prevent continued intergenerational trauma. Rangatiratanga for us is to continue to be grounded in the teachings of our whenua, where we insist that all of our rangatahi give back to the land at every opportunity that they can. In our conclusion, we state that the restoration of mana wahine requires Crown recognition, and provision for alternative learning environments grounded in marae, whenua and taiao. We identify that current funding and accountability frameworks constrain full rangatiratanga, requiring whānau to establish family trusts to sustain initiatives independently. Overall, our brief provides intergenerational evidence of the inherent mana and iho of wahine Māori, the systemic discrimination and inequities experienced as a result of Crown actions and omissions, and the enduring exercise of rangatiratanga across education, environmental guardianship, governance and community development in order to turn the future around for our people. It demonstrates that wahine Māori leadership is not derivative of Crown structures, but grounded in whakapapa and tikanga. It further identifies that Crown systems have constrained, under-resourced and marginalised this authority, resulting in prejudice that continues to be borne intergenerationally for many. In my current day setting as a principal in a kura, with predominantly a high population of Māori ākonga, we experienced a prejudice in the education system. To provide some examples, the removal of the Education Training Act from the Education and Training Act 2020, the requirement of kura to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, the removal of references to Te Tiriti in the curriculum documents, the reduction of consultation time for the marae in respect of the consultation time that was allocated for the New Zealand curriculum, 3 months versus 6 months. The use of curriculum writers who do not hold or value a Māori worldview, instead privileging Western frameworks. The application of standardised systems to collect data and the requirement that schools engage in these systems. I see the effects of this prejudice in the tamariki and their whānau who try to do the best for their whānau with the limited resources they have. Through this evidence, I seek to affirm both the strength and continuity of mana wahine and the ongoing obligation of the Crown under Te Tiriti o Waitangi to recognise, protect and properly resource wahine Māori rangatiratanga in accordance with the tribunal statements of issues for the rangatiratanga pou. Nō reira, ka ora te whenua, ka ora te tangata, tēnā koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe, Ms. Pōtaka Aiton. Ms. Pōtiki and Mr. Tapsell. Tēnā kōrua, are you guys able to turn your mics on, please? Ka pai, I now invite you both to provide your further kōrero.
Hei a koe, Rim.
Hei au.
Ai.
A pai. Tēnā koutou. Aku manukura. Ana ke ngā
Aroha mai, there seems to be a technical difficulty with Mr. Tapsell. Ms. Pōtiki, are you able to begin the presentation of the kōrero from your joint brief of evidence?
Tēnā koutou. Nā whakaue rawa rangiuru, ka puta mai na uri o Ngāti Whakaue mai makatu. Tio, tēnā koutou. I believe I filed as a read as provided, so I'll just do a summary. Okay. This claim brought about from the Waitangi Tribunal as part of the Wahine Inquiry Y2700 presents evidence from me and Lem on behalf of Ngāti Whakaue Mai Maketu. The claim argues the Crown has breached its obligation under Te Tiriti o Waitangi by failing to recognise, protect and actively support the exercise of mana wahine Māori. At the centre of the claim in this assertion that mana wahine and tino rangatiratanga are inseparable. Mana wahine is symbolic. It is an expression through leadership, kaitiakitanga, governance, and the intergenerational transmission of tikanga and te reo Māori. Tino rangatiratanga, as guaranteed under Te Treaty, cannot be realised where wahine Māori are excluded from decision-making, processes or restrained by systems that are inconsistent with tikanga Māori. The claim establishes a strong whakapapa foundation to demonstrate that Māori woman authority has always been integral to Māori society. Through the example of Rangiuru, Ngātai, Tohi, Te Ururangi and Ani Kānara Pōtiki, the evidence shows that wahine exercised leadership, held land, resolved disputes and maintained cultural knowledge. These wahine were not exceptions, but reflect a tikanga-based system in which authority flowed through both wahine and tāne. The evidence also highlights a contemporary example of mana wahine in practice through the work of Maria Horn, a long-serving manager of Te Runanga. Her leadership contributed to environmental restoration, economic development, employment pathways for rangatahi, and advocacy in Waitangi claims. Importantly, her achievements are framed as filling gaps left by Crown in action, demonstrating that Māori communities, particularly wahine, are often carry responsibilities that should be shared in genuine partnership with the Crown. My personal experience further illustrates the ongoing nature of Crown prejudice. This includes inequitable treatment within tertiary education, the undermining of tikanga-based leadership, and the inappropriate delivery of Māori frameworks by those lacking cultural competency. Additionally, Crown decision-making processes are described as disregarding Māori governance structures, particularly in wahine-led entities. These examples demonstrate how systematic racism and institutional bias continue to operate in contemporary contexts. The claim identifies several key Crown breaches. This includes the imposition of Western governance models that displace tikanga Māori, failure to actively protect mana wahine and leadership spaces, inadequate and short-term resourcing of Māori initiatives, and the transfer of responsibility to Māori without corresponding authority. The Crown is also criticised for failing to remedy historical injustices such as land alienation and environmental degradation, which continue to impact the ability of hapu and iwi to exercise rangatiratanga. As a result of these failures, wahine Māori experience disproportionate burdens. They are required to sustain communities, lead development and uphold tikanga, often without adequate support or recognition. This leads to burnout, diminished mana and ongoing equity. The claim argues that this institution is not incidental, but is the direct result of structural Crown practices and omissions. In conclusion, the Y3012 claim asserts that Crown has failed to uphold its tikanga te tiriti obligations to protect, and enable mana wahine. It calls for a genuine partnership that recognises wahine authority, supports tikanga-based governance, and provides sustained resourcing. Without such changes, the system prejudice experienced by wahine Māori will continue and tino rangatiratanga will mean realised. Ngā mihi.
Tēnā koutou mō tō kōrero I tēnei kaupapa. Please remain available for any pātai from the Tribunal and the Crown.
Is Mr. Tapsell available? Yeah.
Here we go. Ka pai.
Ka pai.
Tēnā koutou, aku manukura. Pito whakarei o te waka, nei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Ko Liam te whiro tapihana taku e ingoa. Aku whakapapa I hoki atu ki ngā waka e rua, o te tahi taha, ko tainui ana tēnei te arawa. E ai ki o mātou tūpuna, make tū. Te papa I takataka I o mātou tūpuna I te tainga o te waka. Make tū, e pui aki o te arawa. Make tū, e pātaka o te arawa. Make tū, te wāanga, whakamutunga o te tainga o te waka, te arawa. Nō reira tēnā koutou. My name is Liam Te Whiro Tapsell, and I'm from Maketu. I was raised by my karo and kuia. I was one of the lucky ones that was taken from my parents, by my grandparents. My brief, of course, unfortunately, I didn't know that there was also another member of the family that was doing the same brief as I am. However, mine is on our kuia. Ngā tai tohi te rurangi te reti tapihana. She was a woman of great standing amongst the arawa. She, in fact, her mana was so great that she was equal to her male contemporaries. And she was a staunch leader of her people and a staunch defender of her people. And whenever there were issues that concerned certain tribal issues, whānau issues to do with the hapu, they would go and consult with Ngātai and she would help them to solve those issues. And that was right up until the day she died. She was in bed dying and they were still consulting her on these issues. That is the mana of this lady. She was a shareholder in many blocks of land in Rotorua, a major shareholder around the Rotorua district and Maketu. And she, in fact, she sold interests in a block of land that she owned to fell the trees. She paid for all of this, to fell the trees, to have them taken to a place called Rangiuru, just out of Te Puke, to a timber mill, to be milled, and then taken to Maketu to build the wharenui for Ngāti Whakaue. And the wharenui was called Whakaue Kaupapa. And she paid for the whole lot, everything. She paid for the lot. The building was finished in April of 1928. And unfortunately, my kuia passed in January of 1928. So she never got to see the completion of the building that was so dear to her and that she'd given so much. I've grown up with a lot of stories about Ngātai, from elders in Maketu. In fact, one of them I go and visit quite often. He's 91 years old. And I get a lot of information from him. But Ngātai, as I said, was a woman of tremendous mana. I can remember my praua, who was her son, Tā Tapsell, talking at times about his mother with deep respect and humbleness. And she went on a lot of travels with her father, Tohi Te Ururangi, and that is where she gained all this knowledge in tribal affairs. So ngātai, mai kuia, nei te mihi atu ki a koe takoto mai. I think that is about all I can say at this moment on my kuia ngātai. If anybody wants any questions, please.
Tēnā koe matua. Please all remain available for pātai from the panel and the Crown. Tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
Ho tēnā koutou e te whānau, mō koutou kōrero ia mātou i tēnei ata. There will be some questions from this panel to your panel, I'm sure, so I'm going to start to my right. Do you have any parts like that?
Tēnā koutou. Kim Ngārimu here. Ka nui te mihi ki a koutou. I've got a question that I'd like to put to the panel as a whole, because I think it applies across all of the briefs that have come in for this particular claim. And it goes to when you have spoken about the evidence that you're presenting, addressing a certain part of the tribunal statement of issues, it's mainly been parts of the statement of issues that are about asking about what are the duties and obligations of the Crown in respect of something. Now, what we've found across not just your briefs, but quite a lot of briefs, is the evidence that is provided speaks a lot to lived experience of actions, to assertions of Crown breaches, but it's not very fulsome about what you believe the Crown duties and obligations are. And so I'd just like to ask you to just, talk to us, any of you talk to us about what you think, what are your expectations of the Crown? What do you think they should be bound to be obliged for? Kia koutou.
I'm happy to start. So within my context of in education, it would be the Crown supporting effective Indigenous models of learning and spaces in which they occur, and recognising them. And as Papa Liam said, in Maketu, we have a pātaka, a storehouse of so many resources and so much knowledge down there. But the education system needs to recognise that and affirm that as a place where tamariki and rangatahi can learn. The Crown also considering valuing and applying Māori models and frameworks across all Crown responsibilities, so that they effectively provide for our Māori people in a way that is reflective of them. And then more closely to heart for me within the current education system would be the Crown returning to the work of Dr. Wang Ngātai and his work with Te Mātai Aho, and reinstating this traditional and contemporary thinking, this great thinking back into our education system, because it is that thinking that encourages rangatiratanga for all of our people, not just mana wahine. Kia ora.
Kia ora. E tahi anō koutou?
Ai. Kia ora. Like, when you talk about, I guess, when we speak across of what we feel that Crown's, this is what I'm hearing, Crown's expectation of what we are requesting, yes?
No, what your expectation of the Crown is, what you think they are responsible for, what their duty is.
Ka pai. I think in terms of how my mum grew up and many queer grew up, as Billie Jean has said and as Liam has said, with our queer, they had no resources. And my mum, she used to teach at a kōhanga, and then they decided that she needed to get a degree. So her right as a Māori queer and as a matriarch within our community was taken away from her. She also taught tikanga and Māori up at the high school, at our local high school in Te Poke. And again, they said, oh, aroha mai whaia, you need to have a teaching certificate. So when we look at obligations in terms of the Crown, I would say she had every right, my mum had every right to teach. She knew her tikanga, she was brought up with te reo, and basically I felt that it was forced upon her not to be able to go up there and teach her mokopuna because she didn't have a teaching certificate. So when we look at those and we go on to the marae in terms of our kraua and our queer doing whai kōrero and karanga, and then the influence of Western thinking on what that should be look like. Again, we seem to be always continuously fighting with our tikanga because of influences. So I am currently working at a institute in Auckland, and I went to our head of school and said that the processes to become a senior lecturer I had done, simply because they had 2 new lecturers come in that had not got qualifications in a cert, adult teaching paper, and any hours. I had had 2 years experience. I had my adult teaching certificate, but I still wasn't classified as a senior lecturer. So when I look at prejudices in terms of education, is that how can somebody walk in with no adult teaching, no teaching at all in that area, and become a senior lecturer, and I had 2 years experience. Because this is the Crown puts legislations in, they put policies and procedures in, and so I feel that some of the areas where we as Māori and Wahine are disadvantages because of these policies and procedures within the educational space. I could go on, but no, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Kia ora whaia.
I'll just add then, some of my expectations would have been that policy and governance led by the Crown allowed Māori kāinga and communities to operate in the ways that they did prior to colonisation, rather than sort of breaking these communities up and harming our intergenerational knowledge and tikanga transmission. And I think nowadays that probably looks like the Crown doing better with education, which has already been discussed with in my whānau.
Kia ora. Pia koe matua. Would you like to add anything to this part of the kōrero?
Well, like I said, I was raised in Maketu by my crow and queer, so it was a great world for me. And also, Maketu Primary School was like a second home to us. We had everything we needed, everything. The outside world didn't concern us. We were quite happy in our community. We had the ocean there beside us. Te rahi o ngā mātaitai, ngā ika rāne, I roto I te moana. And we had the estuary, we had tuna, flounder, mullet, and we had fruit trees all around Maketu where we would often walk along and jump over a fence and steal a few. But, and so the government really did not have an effect on my growing up in Maketu. We had everything we wanted. And I'd just also like to add that I'm also a cultural monitor, kai aro turuki, for the Runanga and also Ngāti Whakaue. So what that means, and I'm a registered collector of Taonga Tūturu under the Heritage Act, but so what that means is that whenever there is excavation on land we consider sensitive, I have to be there in case relics are unearthed. And so that all stems from my upbringing by my Crow and Kuia, who taught me all of that knowledge. And I was able to do what I am doing now. So I came from a spiritual world, my Kuia, and a world of physical toughness, my Kraua. And so all of these I inherited, and I'm proud of that. And like I said, we grew up in a community that was self-sufficient. The school was the center of our life, and the marae. Ngā mihi.
Ngā mihi matua, o tira kia koutou katoa.
A tēnā koutou me ngā kōrero he whāriki mai nei ki mua i tō mātou aroaro korua kere tēnei, e mihi ana ki a koutou me ngā kōrero I whāriki here. I've got maybe 2 questions. I'll see how the first one goes and then see how ka waiho atu mo te mea tuarua. He pātai pēr ki a koe Ali, ki a koe rānei e koro Liam, mō tō koutou kuia a ngātai reti. Liam I kōrero mai koe, ko te ia o tō kōrero rā mō tō kuia, that she was consulted widely by men from the area, that she was a person taught by her father, tohi te ururangi, and carried knowledge in that way. I'm interested to know whether the reason why she was consulted widely is because her voice wasn't recognised as strongly as the men who then were in leadership roles, and so they turned to her for kōrero, when in actual fact she may well have been able to hold her own in those forums where men were taking those leadership roles.
Yeah, well, like I said, she had tremendous mana, and she was on an equal with her male contemporaries, and not many women had that sort of standing, that kind of mana. And so she was consulted, as I said, quite often, not quite often, a lot. Again, right up until she passed. And I'd just like to say that she was getting a little bit ho-ha with a lot of this, and she just wanted to sleep, to rest, but they would not let her. They needed her advice. They needed her advice. The people needed her advice. So that is the tremendous mana that she held, which was equal to that of her male contemporaries.
What was her, how did she express that role of leadership with the knowledge that she had other than being consulted? Did she take leadership roles out in the wider community and was recognised for that, or was she working behind the scenes more?
Oh, no. She was out there in front. She went with her father, Tohi Te Ururangi. Quite often he would travel, Rotorua and around the wider Makatu Rotorua area, and she would travel with him, and this is where she learned her skills of oratory and being able to take that role as a consultant to her people, and because of that, her tremendous knowledge in all of this is the reason she was sought after to give advice by the wider community. Not only Wahine, but men as well. They all sought her advice. Koina te mana o te Wahine nei taku kuia.
Apai, tēnā koe. Ali, e kōrero anō tau āpiti atu I tērā tō koro eke? Ki te kore kei te pai.
Just one thing came to my mind about the Māori Land Court minutes in which she's in. She also was put down on quite a few trusts, so reserved lands in Rotorua, and she's named Ngā Tai Reti. And I thought that was quite interesting because most of the other people on those trusts were men. There's a reserve in Waititi in Rangataha with her name on it, which is interesting. All the other trustees of that reserve are male. But also I wonder, just kind of aligning to what you were sort of trying to pick at with your question, Reti is the name of her husband as well, which was often put at the end of her name in those situations, and sometimes not. In other situations, she'd have different names, I've noticed, in different records I've seen, tohu te irurangi sometimes. And so I wonder if that was part of it too, because Reti was, he was a Māori police officer at that time and had certain standing in certain environments, maybe in Crown processes, which maybe he was sort of, although she had large mana, there is potential that he was helping her to get into some rooms as well. Obviously, this is just speculation on my part.
Okay. I suppose what I'm hearing is that she was in the exception rather than the rule of how wahine were treated within Māori society at that time. Hei te pai. Ko te pātai tuarua tera pia ki a koe, Billie Jean, e pirangi ana kia kōrero mō te kuiara hinetara, and in particular the PTE that she established, te awhina whānau. And I wasn't quite sure of, you made the reference around the, that her program was purchased by Wānanga Aotearoa, and did she have aspirations to set up a wānanga beyond a PTE that was based there at Maketu? Were there intentions to set up a higher level tertiary education institute, and was that denied, or was she happy to then pass that over to Wānanga Aotearoa? Hea o whakaaro ki tērā momo pātai.
Kia ora mātua. Yes, so I think she realised she couldn't continue the tertiary institution in the paddock and the shed at the farm because she was nearing retirement, and my father was the orchardist and he wasn't involved in education, so there was no way he was going to pick that up. And so she realised that this mahi could continue with the wānanga, so that she sold the they offered to buy it off her, the diploma, that qualification, so it transferred over to the wānanga.
So we're talking about the content of the program, the resources that she had developed.
Yes. Yeah.
Tēnā koe, mihi ana kia koe. Koe rā noa nei.
Tēnā koutou, ko Linda Smith tēnei. Well, thank you for sharing about your tipuna whaia, all of them. So I'll just walk through a few things. I think you'd agree that Ngā Tai's mana came from her whakapapa, her place, and also that she was a landowner. She had access to resources. Is that correct? And that enabled her to exercise mana in a particular way during her time, that she was able to then care for the wider whānau and wider hapu through that. So when you were talking about her, I was thinking, what would the world have been like if all our wahine, our tipuna wahine, had that kind of experience? When we're thinking about the impacts of the Crown on, what it might have meant for some almost by chance to have that, and others to not have that. And so the other thing I noticed and appreciated about all your submissions is the value in education that you all exemplify, but clearly was identified early, that this was a pathway, and a particular pathway for you, Billie Jean, and you, Moirangi, and you, Ellie, a pathway into education. And my question then is, even with those teachings, that socialisation, that support, do you still think Crown actions have constrained your experiences in education, limited, directed in particular ways, held you back, directed you into particular pathways? I know you hinted that in your papers, so.
Okay. Ngā mihi whaia. So with me, I don't think it hindered me. I think it made me more and challenged myself even more to be able to put me as a Māori wahine in those spaces. So if I can go back to my mum, she was the eldest of her family, so she led her family. There were 3 families that she led, and so that kind of gave me the idea of how to, I guess, when we talk about resilience. So yes, that is what happened. But then how am I going to overcome that was more to me. So not allowing the challenges to stop me from furthering what I believed I needed to do. And I think probably is that's my mum's legacy that she partly parted on me. Thank you.
Oh, kia ora. For me, has it constrained me? I believe no, because of the courage and the tenacity and the determination and vision of my nanny to turn our pathway the right way, a way that she knew we could get through the system. And also, she really instilled in us that this is a long game. This is something you have to work on, not just for yourself in the next 10 years when you go to university. You're in this for 50 years and you're passing this on to the next generation. So that is the only reason why we have been successful, in my opinion.
Tēnā koe. I never really wanted to go to university or do further education, but I was sort of pushed towards it by my whānau. And it wasn't really until I came to Victoria University and met lecturers here like Ocean Mercier and Maria Barge that I actually believed in myself and my ability to further my education. So I think in some ways the Crown's education system, probably in high school, maybe deterred me from thinking that I had the capacity to work at a university. I'm, never thought that would happen. But maybe, there were multiple things affecting that belief in myself, maybe. But having really amazing role models at the university who were Māori and who were wahine was really impactful for me. So I'm not sure if that completely answers your question, but kia ora.
Thank you. Sorry, Liam.
Can I just say a word here, please? I just want to say that my koroa, he always said to me, "Wai atu ngā tapu wai o te Pākehā." So what he was saying was follow in the footsteps of the Pākehā, for they are the future. He was right at that time. If you travel from Maketu to Rotorua and you're sitting in a bus, who was on the shovel? Māori. Who was sitting in the machines? Pākehā. So you follow the footsteps of the Pākehā. That is your future. At that time, he was right, but then later that was not the case. So I did do that. And I kind of lost my way a little bit. So I had to go back and pull myself back onto the right path. Koina. Ngami.
Oh, ngā mihi kia koutou. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou.
Am I able to add something?
Yep.
Cool, thank you. So my background is a social worker. So I'm a qualified registered social worker, and that's my mum's background as well in terms of whānau hapu and iwi. So I guess that's another area that I was able to go further into in terms of education. But that education as a social worker, that's what led me into adult teaching. So it's 30 years of social work practice and application that has taken me into tertiary teaching, and one of the qualities that was, and it's just funny how you talk, one of the qualities that is required is the how in social work, the application of social work. So that's something that I did take to as a lecturer, but that's what the same thinking is what put me into Te Reno of Ngāti Whakaui as the chairperson. Kia ora, ngā mihi.
That concludes the questions from the panel, Atinana, but there may be some questions that come to you in writing. But for now, if you would just stay put, and there will be some cross-examination now from the Crown.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your evidence today. My name is Ms. Dean, and I'm a lawyer for the Crown. I'll just be asking a few questions. I'd like to start by acknowledging your wahine tupuna, ngātai, who you mentioned, as well as Hinetara Pōtaka and others whose names I haven't managed to note down. I first had a couple of questions for Ms. Tapsell, so if it's all right with you, we'll go to your brief of evidence, perhaps starting at paragraph 9. You started to talk a little bit about this in response to some questions from the tribunal. This is a paragraph where you talk about Ngātai's experience in the Māori Land Court in relation to a taonga. And you say, despite Crown systems that generally included wahine from such processes, she was able to represent in the Māori Land Court. And I was interested in understanding a bit more what the Crown systems were that you are referring to.
Do you mean excluded her from those processes?
Yes, sorry, I may have misspoken. The Crown systems that generally excluded wahine from such processes, but she was able to give evidence despite those systems. I guess I'm interested in understanding the particular systems that she was able to give evidence despite of.
Yeah, well, it was mainly men who gave evidence in the Māori Land Court. There's only a few women who gave evidence, wahine Māori who gave evidence, and Ngātai is one of them. I don't know what the actual processes that the Māori Land Court or the Native Land Court did to do that. I do know, though, that it was an arduous process. You know, often whānau had to wait for many days before they got to their time to get up there, and maybe the wahine had to stay and look after children, and it was not practical for them to get to the courtroom. I'm not sure. So the systems, I guess, in a general sense, were that men were expected and relied on as the experts and the people who had the mana to speak on behalf of the community. That was a view taken by the Crown.
So it was what was perhaps usual or normative. It was.
Yeah.
I'd now like to look at the report, the research that you attach with your evidence. The page number, that's not paginated. At the very top, I think it's page 6 of 15. It's just slightly small typeface. It's not.
Yep.
This research talks about COVID-19 checkpoints, and this section talks about the Maketu Hauora Maketu work on those checkpoints. Is it the case that the Crown provided funding through the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency to support those checkpoints, as far as you're aware?
As far as I'm aware, yes, although I know that Te Aroha Whānau Ora also gets funding through iwi initiatives too, so I'm not sure, I wouldn't be able to speak for the specifics of the funding.
And it says on that page, just in the second to last paragraph, they received funding from Te Aroha Whānau Ora through the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency, but as you say, there's no more detail on how much of that came from the Crown.
Sorry, I've just had a technical issue and you're cutting.
So, Ms. Dean, obviously that's a technical issue that Ms. Tapsell, is at which end is that? It's at that end. So if you have questions for any other of the witnesses. Okay, back on. Ms. Tapsell, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what happened.
Okay, continue.
I was just drawing, so there's a reference on that page in the second to last paragraph to funding coming through the Whānau Ora Commissioning Agency, but as you've said, there isn't detail on the source of that funding. And just moving over to the next page, the subsequent pages talk about how in Maketu there was coordination and cooperation with various authorities, including the police. So the next page talks about the endorsement of the checkpoints was not unanimous from authorities. I understand that referenced above, but with some people showing some resistance. And then turning over the page, talked about at the top of the next page, so this is page 8 of 15, having contact with a high-ranking officer who was meeting regularly with police. And then further down the page, so this is, I think, the sort of second half of the page, talked about, I think, the researchers finding that police involvement, or hearing from the people they were talking to, that police involvement was a win-win. Though they had authority to set up the checkpoints, they knew it was a fine balance legally and politically. The police presence helped them to manage that balance. And I suppose what I'd like to ask is whether you see this as an example of positive, constructive, balanced relationship with the Crown?
I think that it got there sort of in the end, is what the story in this research is explaining, but at the beginning it was a little bit, the police were not able to respond as quickly as the local community could, because they know their community better and they're on the ground, and I know that they had to work a little bit with communication with the police, and it was because of, an individual police officer that they knew that helped those relationships. So I would say that it's not a Crown process that they had good relationships with the police. It was based on a local relationship. So that's not necessarily, from the Crown alone. That's through, local relationships. Yeah. But it was, at the end, it was positive that they could work together. I definitely see the benefits there. But I think, there's lots of realities that have to work for that to happen on the ground.
For example, the relationships that pre-existed and supported that sort of partnership.
Yeah.
Thank you. I didn't have any more questions for you, Ms. Tapsell, but I have a couple of questions for you, Ms. Zayton. If we could go to paragraph 70 of your brief of evidence. Sorry, I'm just finding my spot. So in this last paragraph of your evidence, you talk about the challenges getting access to external funding. So you say, while access to external funding has enabled aspects of this work, the requirement to remain accountable to external agencies has constrained the ability to exercise full rangatiratanga over your work. Can you give us any particular examples of how the requirement to remain accountable constrains the ability to exercise rangatiratanga, and in particular, what examples of the particular requirements you're talking about there, the sort of practical, I don't know, terms and conditions, or, yeah.
Absolutely. So I think that reference there was to the Te Mātawai funding that our whānau applied for to support our wānanga with the revitalisation of te reo and me ngā tikanga Māori. And so we were engaged in that funding for a couple of years, and we felt severely constrained by the accountability and our requirements and expectations of reporting and the timelines that were imposed on the funding when we received it. So we made a decision as a whānau to not seek any further funding and instead finance our wānanga ourselves.
Are you aware that the accountability requirements on public sector funding sometimes arise because money is public money? The government is accountable to the public for its use? Absolutely. Do you see a way of balancing the autonomy that you seek with those requirements to be accountable to the public for the use of public money?
I think for our whānau, we made that decision that we would prefer to not have to deal with all of the rules and expectations of the Crown to receive that funding, and that we would fund it ourselves so that we didn't have to answer to people about what we were doing and why we were doing it.
Just moving to a slightly different topic, you mentioned the provisions of the Education and Training Act, I think at the very end of your kōrero. Are you aware that the treaty clause in that legislation is currently the subject of an urgent inquiry before this tribunal? Not this tribunal, but the tribunal?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Have you participated in that?
No, I haven't. However, our board did provide a letter to our community informing our community that we would continue to give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi regardless of the Crown's decision to remove it, if that happens.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you. Mr. Tapsell, I have one question for you, if that's all
Yes.
right.
Yes.
You talked about becoming a cultural monitor for the work around taonga tūturu and as a registered collector of taonga tūturu.
Yes.
How did you become a cultural monitor, and how did you come to have that role?
In Magatu, we never had a cultural monitor. There was a lot of excavation work being done, and we never knew of some of the relics that were being unearthed. And so it came to me that Maria Horn, who we mentioned earlier, asked me to be a cultural monitor, take on the role as a cultural monitor. And I said, I don't know anything about a cultural monitor. She was a very staunch lady. She said, learn. So I did. And as I was building my knowledge as a cultural monitor, I noticed that when certain relics were unearthed, we had to give them to the archaeologists, and they would send some of them to Auckland University for carbon dating, and some would go to forensic archaeologists. But they never came back to us. They never came back to the hapu or the iwi. And so I was not very happy with that. And so I decided, how can I stop this? And I was advised to get an archaeologist to tutor me, and then go to the Ministry for Culture and Heritage, and tell them what my concerns are, and we'll take it from there. Well, the Ministry of Culture and Heritage said you have to become a registered collector of taonga tūturu, and we can do that for you. And that way, when you give the artifacts to the archaeologist, when they're finished, unless there's something like greenstone, pounamu, anything like that, which would naturally go to a museum, but anything else, they have to be returned to me, and then to the iwi. And that is why I decided to become a cultural monitor, and go through the whole process of becoming a registered cultural monitor.
Thank you. I didn't have any more questions. Thank you for your kōrero.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Ms. Dean. Ko tēnei te mutunga o te wā pātai. Nā mihi ki a koutou mō o whakaro, mō kōrero, ia mātou i tēnei ata. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Kia ora, tēnā koe.
So that brings us to the lunch break, and we're going to break now for lunch for an hour, back at 2 p.m, when we will have our final witness for the day.
Tēnā koe te whakawa. In relation to the final witness presenting this afternoon, I have conferred with Ms. Boassa Dean, who is currently in an all-day hui and won't be able to leave that hui until 3 p.m. to present to this tribunal.
Wow. Kia ora. I guess the point to make is that she was scheduled to give evidence at 2 p.m. However, we do want to hear from her. So I would ask you to contact her again and say the tribunal is ready and waiting for her to give evidence at 2 p.m. And if you would let me know what the outcome of that is when you've had that conversation, and we'll make a decision at that point whether or not if she's able to come at 2, kei te pai. If not, well then the issue is, do we hear from her Do we take your evidence in writing, or do we wait for an additional hour to 3 p.m. to hear from her? So if you would just take those instructions from her and advise us during the lunch break.
As Your Honour pleases.
Okay, we'll take lunch break now. Thank you.
It's about right. Yeah. Tēnā koe te kaiwhakaua. Now, the final claim presenting evidence within this hearing week of the Rangatiratanga Pou on behalf of Phoenix Law is Y2931. Ms. Taina Boasa-Dean, a descendant of Nai Tūhoi, provides evidence of Wahine mana motuhake as being a lived reality embedded in whenua, tikanga and identity. Ms. Boassa Dean holds over 30 years of experience in environmental science and ecological development. Council filed opening submissions with the appellation 3.3.14, which sets out the case of the claimants and were taken as read. Her evidence outlines how Crown laws and policies have systematically eroded Wahine Māori authority over the past 180 years, undermining rangatiratanga and intergenerational wellbeing. Now, for the Tribunal, the appellation of Ms. Boassa Dean's brief of evidence is C58 and her summary is C58A. I now invite Ms. Boassa Dean to present her kōrero to the Tribunal. Tēnā koe.
Tērā pēr I mua anō I te kōrero teina e pirangi ana kia mihi ki a koe. Mōhio ana ki te uau o te whakawāte I a koe I roto I ngā mahi o te mātāwai. Engari anō kua ora mai tō tātou whare nei mō tatau I tō reo e kuhu mai ana I runga I te ipurangi. Nō reira e mihi ana ki tō whakaaro nui ki tēnei pānara nei o te tribunara. Me o kōrero I tēnei ahi. Nō reira e pirangi ana mātou kia mihi ki tō whakaaro nui ki tēnei kaupapa I tēnei ahi. Tēnā koe. Nō reira ka tuku atu te I o te kōrero ki a koe.
Tēnei te mihi ake anu hoki ki a tātou. Te taringa whakarono mai anu hoki. Ki nā kōrero kua o tike te tuhi ki runei te pepa. Ko te mihi ake I tēnā kāinga. Tā hauariki o tēnā kāinga. Te mana whenua o tēnā kāinga e noho mai nā koutou. Tēnei te uwhi atu ana hoki nā whakamihi katoa atu ki runa ki a tātou. Kia ora mai rā. Nā hau e whā. Tēnā iwi, tēnā whaitua, tēnā hapu, tērā marae. I tēnā moka o te whenua te ika Māori. Kia ora tātou. Kia noho ake, kā tika pēr taku noho ake ana hoki ki roto I te reo o tēnei whenua. Ki te whakapuaki ana hoki I wōkuna whakaaro, kia tika I te uru atu ki roto I te hohonu me te whānuitanga o nā pūkōrero, nā whakaaro, nā tikanga whakaaro, ka puta ake I ahau I tēnei ahi. Tēnei te mihi ake. Me taku mōhio anu hoki ko o te katoa I a koutou te pānui anu I ngā tuhi. Ko te haere ake anu pēr hau ki te tīpako mai anu ki ētahi wāhana noa, ki te whakawhānui ake, me kore ake ki te e koutou he pātai mō muri iho. Hei patapatai mai anu. Tuatahi tonu atu ko te whakahoki ake anu I a tātou ki tēnei mea kua roa e karangahi ana e tuku parati haere I runa I te whenua o Aotearoa whānui ko te mana. Mehe mea he mana tō te Māori. Ka mutu. Hai muri iho anu hoki o tēnā ko te tiro kau ake anu hoki pēnā he mana tō te tāne, he mana anō tō te wahine. I roto I tēnā karanga. Ko te wāhana kia hau ko te tīpako ake anu hoki I te mana e kōrero he ana mō te wahine. Wātātau tika ngā kawa tā te Māori, ka rērere ke karakau I te rite. Ara ke noa ke tana tino rere ke ra wātu ki nā ture nā tikanga whakahaere, nā kaupapa here, a te krauna, a te Pākehā a tau I tonu, a te huna manene. Kaua ko Pākehā ana he, ne? A huna manene, tau mai ana ki runa I te whenua o Aotearoa, he manene anu ki te kawe mai anu o nā tikana o nā kawa, he tau hau katoa atu anu ki tō te Māori. Tō ngai tūhoi tonu, titiro, ki te haere mai, ki te noho mai, ki nā whakatinanatanga ke anu hoki o wera, tikana wera, kawa ki roto I a mātau tonu. He tau hau, he manene. He aha tōna tau hau tana ka Ka tahi ko te tāmi me te tātā no hoki i te mana ka meha tonu o te wahine. I runa tonu anu hoki i ona whenua, i roto tonu anu hoki i ona ukaipōtanga. Aheaha e tahi o e rā tātā tanga ake, o e rā o nā tāmitanga. Tuatahi tonu atu ko te, ko tā te Māori he haere hāngai tonu anu hoki ki ona tinana katoa. E whārawa pe ona tinana e kōrero hiana nā Pākeke o tēnei iwi. Ko tāna tinana tuatahi ko te kiko. Ko tāna tinana tuarua ko tō te ngākau. Ara mai te uma ko heke tonu atu noki ki te pito te rā wahana o te ngākau. Ko i nā te whānui tano o te mana wai ai ki nā kōrero nā kauhau a oku Pākeke. Ko i rā te manawa ko te ngākau. Ko tō te wairua, tuatoru, tēnā tinana. Ana kwauru haere atu no hoki ki te wāhi i ngaro katoa ai ahine tītama ko te hine ngaro. Tuatahi tonu ake ko te kōrero mo te wāhana ki te taha wairua ko te putahana ake anō hoki o te uwhā. E kōrero ana hau mo e ratu āhua tana nā te mea hoki hei runa anō hoki ngā tipuna kōrero nā mātauranga, nā mōhio-hiotanga ao mātau Pākeke he kauhau katoa mai ko ira nā pū kōrero i tūhono tiai mātau nā wāhine o tōku nā iwi. Ki te whenua, ki te rangi, mā te mārama nā hoki ki te whakapapa o te uwhā, o te pū ira o te wahine, i ahu mai i hea. I runa no hoki i wera mātaurana ko tīmata ake anō hoki nā tīpuna ki te waihana haere i te pūtake, i te pūtake i te tūwa papatonu o te tikana o te kawa. Nō reira, nō roto tonu mai anō hoki i taua tapu nui te tikana me te kawa, waihana hia mai ai, titoa mai ai. Hai aha, hai āwhina atu anō hoki i te tangata ki te hi koi tika, ki te noho tika, ki te noho kotahi tonu anō hoki, ki te haora nui orani rao ko papa. Kia rite te tātai manawa anō hoki o tō te wahine ki tō te whenua ki te rangi. Nō reira ko te whakapapa o te wahine ai ki nā kōrero o kukuia koroua ko te wahine, ko te whenua e kore e tare a te wehe. Te wete, ko tahi tonu. Ko tahi tonu. Taua mana i hara mai reira. Tērā e tahi kōrero hai āwhina atu i te nā whiti i roto i waku tuhina mai te whiti te kaumātoru ahu atu anō ki te mutu no tēnā tuhinga. Kai reira e kōrero ana mo te mana motu hake o te iwi, o te hāpori, o e tahi o pū. Engari he mana motu hake ake tonu anō ki tō te wahine. Kia tiki nātu e hau ko te kōrero mo te mito ko kiri tonu. Te mana o te wahine kia hau kua oti kato te wāhi tapu, te whakairo ki roto i te wāhi e kia nei ko te pū ira tonu ko te mito ko kiri o te wahine. O te mito kōkiri o te wahine, nā te wahine ake. Ka re tāia e te tāne, ka re uru ki te tinana o te tāne, kai roto katoa i te tinana o te wahine, te mito kōkiri. Tēnei tāko hahia mai e te wāhi tapu ki roto i te tinana o te wahine. Tērā whakapapa. Kai roto i te mito kōkiri he momo wai kai reira. Ko te inua taua wai e ai ki taku iwi ko te wai ewe te inua. Ko taua wai ko i e te kai tiaki tonu o te pū ira ira. Ko te pū ira ira. A koe rā tonu te tīmatanga o te whakapapa o te tangata. Nō reira kai te kia kia hau, e hara i te mea me matua tai mai he tātea e tīmata ai te waihana mai o te tangata. Ko oti ke te whakauru ki roto i te tinana o te wahine e te wāhi tapu. Te mito kōkiri kai reira te tīmatanga o te tangata. E hara i te mea me rere mai anō ki me kauhoi mai he tātea ki te whakatūtaki atu anō hoki ki te heki o te wahine kātahi anō te tangata kāputa. Karekau tēnā i te tika ki tōku rahi. Nō reira kua tīmata ke noa atu te waihana mai o te tangata i roto tonu anō ki te mito kōkiri o te wahine. Anei anō e tahi kōrero tau toko haere i tēnā mana, i tēnā whakapapa o taua mana. He rere atu anō hoki nā rā o mua wōkuna kuia katoa kua tīmata rātau ki te karanga i te mokopuna. He karanga mokopuna ke te tikana. Te inua o taua tikana. Wa putake anō hoki wōku kuia, wōkuna whāia. Ki tātahi, ki ngā awa, ki heake, ki te puihi, ki te ngāhere, ki te karanga, kia mai, kia rere mai, kia whakauru mai te mokopuna. I mua i te tūtaki hana o te māma me te pāpā, kua rere nā karanga. Kua rere we nā karanga, a ko te tikana o waua momo karanga, he whakarara mai, he whakaawe mai anō hoki i te mito kōkiri. Kia haruru te mito kōkiri. Ka haruru te mito kōkiri koe nā te tīmatanga ana kua tīmata i te waihana haere, i te pū ira e puta ke ai he tangata. I te mārama kau anō hoki we rā kuia, a koe naka kai roto tonu anō hoki te kōpū o te wahine, te mito kōkiri e noho ana, e tau ana. Te taua mana. Tērā mana. He mauri nui anō hoki tōna. Tīmata mai reira. Kai te hāngai katoa anō hoki tērā tauira ki te tīmatana o nā whakapapa tīmata mai ai anō hoki. Mō etahi iwi i te here nganui. Ka tīmata ake anō ki te here nganui. He ngāwari tēnā hihiri. He hihiri ngāwari. He wāhana tēnā, ana ko tika toa iau te pānui anō ki wētahi kore āhuari te tonu ana hoki i rota i te puka a Māori Marston tonu. Taua kuraua kai te kōrero mō tēnei tuāhuatanga hoki. I roto i āhau tonu atu hoi kai reira no ki tētahi wāhana I mua no atu I te orokohanga. He wāhana kai reira I mua no atu I te orokohanga no reira no ki te mana o te wahine, te mauri o te wahine. Ka kore ana tēnā wāhana I reira kua kore hoki he wahine. Ko te here nganui te ino o taua wāhi, ko te tikana o te here nganui kai reira anō hoki. Nā tū āhuatana e kore e tarea te karo, ka kore te ao e puta ki te kore te here nganui I mua no atu I te orokohanga. Tau mai ana ki rota I te orokohanga me pēnei pēr te ki kua tīmata ke no atu te kiko te pihi mai. I rota I te here nganui kore rawa he kiko I reira, engari he whakaaro kai reira. He whakaaro kai reira. Nā taua whakaaro I whanau mai ai te mito kōkiri. Koe rawe tahi o nā whakapono I roto ia hau tonu. Ko te mana o te wahine I hara mai reira, koe nā te whakapapa I te taha ki te wairua. Ne. Tahi hei reira hanga mai ai anu hoki te tikana I te kawa. Kai reira anu hoki e whai muri iho mai anu hoki o e nā whakapaparanga mai ko nā pūrā kau hei tai tuara ki we rā whakapapa. Nea. Ko te tahi tonu, ko te kōrero, ka rau te kōrero I te pūrā kau katoa atu. Nari kai reira noki wētahi wāhana me matua huri tātau ki te whera. Mo te wāhana kia hine tītama. Arano atu anu ki te kōrero. Hei tautoko I te whakapapa o te hereherenga nui o te mito kōkiri o te wahine I ahu mai anu ki tana mana I reira. Ne. Ko hine tītama, tērā te tahi wāhana o te kōrero mō hine tītama, I ai ki nā whakamaori a taku iwi. Ko hine tītama, ko ia te mea tuatahi I roto I te ao Māori ki te waihana tikanga. Ko ia te kaihanga I te tikanga. Ko hine tītama tonu. Ia hei pēnei mai ai te puta o te kōrero. Tā te mea hoki I tana mo I tana atu I tana pāpā. Tana pāpā tānera. A tāne. Ka pupu ake I roto I aia he pātai. Ne. Ka pupu ake anoki I roto I aia te pātai. Ko ai tana pāpā. I roto I tana pātai te mōhio. Te mōhio ia ko ai tana pāpā. I reira, I roto I tana puku. I te mōhio tonua ia. Aha ko te pātai, I roto I tana pātai tawa wairua. I te mōhio anu hoki aia. Kia hau, tēnā mōhio. Ko te mōhio o te wahine tēnā, tō te wahine mōhio tēnā. Hara mai te puku, hara mai te ngākau. Engari ka pātai tonu hia te pātai, hea hai ia pātai hia I tēnā pātai. Anei te whakapai, tōku whakapai. I puta ake iaia tēnā pātai, nā te mea tuatahi he wahine aia, he whakaaro wahine tōna, he puku wahine tōna, he hinenaro wahine tōna. Nā pū kare katoa atu e rere haere ana I roto I te puku me te manawa, tō te wahine tēnā. Ko ina katoa atu te puta nātu o tana pātai. Ko tana pātai, no tana pāpā, no tana tangatatanga. No tana tangatatanga. I puta ke ai pātai. Nā tana tangatatanga, ka tīmata aia ki te waihana tikanga. Mo te moi ake koe, ki tō pāpa, ki tō māma rānei. Ana koe nā te whakapona taku iwi, koe a tonu anu hoki, te mea tuatahi ki te waihana tikanga I roto I te ao Māori, nā te wahine ki. Nā te wahine te tikana te kawatu atahi waihana hia mai I roto I te ao Māori. Ara anō atu anoki he tahi whakapono kōrero a wētahi atu iwi engari kai te kōrero noho au. Mō nā kōrero kwarere mai ki taku ngākau me wakutarina I roto I nā tau. Tērā tu āhua tana. Nō reira ko te mana motu hake o te wahine I ahu mai reira koeira te tū āpapa o waku whakapono. Tairoa mai anuki ki roto I te ao kiko, ne. I te kuhu mai anuki o te huna manene ki runa I te whenua, kua raru katoa no we rā tikana we rā kawa. Kua tāmia anuki nā mahi, kua roa ke te wahine Māori e mahi haere ana I runa I tēnei whenua, ana kua tauhau katoa anuki ki te ao Māori e tahi o nā mahi e tika ana nā te wahine mā te wahine tonu e mahi. Me tōna I runa I te tāmitanga anō hoki o te whakapono whānui I roto I te ao Māori, kare kau karekau he mana o te wahine, ka re rawa pēr te wahine e whakatata atu ki wēnā mahi, wēnā mahi, wēnā mahi, a kai te he katoa atu wēnā kōrero, kai te he katoa atu wēnā whakapono. Tēnā kā tika tō tātou hoki ki roto i a tātou nā rangahau kōrero, nā tikana nā kawa te wete wete tika i te tikana i te kawa i te whakapapa. Ka pui a ke i a tātou ko te whakaaro tō tika ko nā whakapono e tika ana i te noho kwaroa ke noho tū a papana. Ki nā mana whakahaere ai ki te wahine. E hara tēnei te takahi o tātou tāne he tino mana tō te tāne. Engari ko te mana o te wahine tēnei takahia. I takahia rawahia pēnei te mea nei kua kore ai anei te kupu kua whakamautarawa, ko ira te kupu ataku iwi. Kua whakamautarawa te wahine. Ko te tikana o te whakamautarawa kāre tō kutua kiritanga. Kua naro, kua mimiti, kua naro i runa i te whenua o tīpuna. E whakamautarawa te kupu, whakamahi ai e taku iwi. Mō taua tuahuatanga. Ne, kua tata tunu anoki te naro mangātu anoki o te tua kiritanga o te wahine Māori. Ahui anō he, a koira te tahi wāhana. Pēnā he pātai wā koutou.
O tēnā koe, Ms. Boazadine. Kei a koe e rua kere mo ngā pātai.
Tēnā koe teina, tēnā no pia māku wāhine i etahi o ngā pātai kei a mātou. I runga no i o kōrero, he nui te whakaaro engari i reira anō e kimi ana i etahi kōrero mo te karauna i roto i te ahunga mai o mana wahine. Engari e tika ana kia wāhi atu o kōrero i roto i tērā te āta whakamārama hea te ahunga mai o tēnei mea o mana wahine. I hoki anō koe i te oroko hanga mai o te tangata, i te hereherenga nui nei. Ko taku pātai tuatai, i whakarārangi mai nei koe te tehi kāwai i te timatanga i roto i tō tuhinga ne, i timata i te hereherenga nui, te oroko hanga, te whakaaro nui, te mātauranga, tērā rārangi mai. Tuatahi no hea mai tērā ki o whakaaro, me te mea hoki hea o whakaaro kia whakamahia etahi wera kōrero i roto i a mātou pūrongo, kia kite atu tēnei mea a mana wahine i roto i ao Māori tirohanga. Kia kaua e ki atu a mana wahine i timata i te tiriti o Waitangi, engari i mua no atu i te tanga mai o te iwi manene i kōrero nā koe. E pēhea nei o whakaaro kia whakamahia tērā kāwai whakaheke nei mai te hereherenga nui.
Me matua whakamahi, me matua whakaputa ke anu hoki, kia mārama katoa ai anu hoki ki tō tātou rahi, ki nā wāhine Māori tonu. Ana koina tonu anu ki te pūtake ake, ko te pakiaka, ko te weu anu hoki, o tō te wahine Māori puta ki te ao. Mea nui anu hoki tēnā kia hau tonu. E kine pekare hoki e kore he kōrero anō tā tēnā iwi. Anei tāku ki nā kāwai whakapapa whakaheke katoa atu a tēnā iwi, kai te tika katoa, te katoa.
Pai tonu ki au. Hōtia noe, ko te mea nui nei, ko te mea nui i puta i roto i enei hui o te taraipūnara, no reira e tāi ane mātou te whakamahi tērā me te ki koe nei te kōrero i puta ake i roto i ngā kōrero i tāpai atu ki tō mātou aroaro.
Ai, kare tari e tātou te ao Māori, te whakahe atu a tātou kāwai tapu nui. Engari e kine pia kua eke ki te wā me whakaputa, me kawe haere, me aki, me whakangungu tonu anu hoki pia o tātou wāhine ki tō rātou na kāwai whakaheke. E tāia e rātou te tuakiri manamutu hake. Tēnei mea te manamutu hake, neha. Tēnei mea te manamutu hake kāre te ao manene, te ao o waho, te tauhautanga e pāpā mai ki runa ki aia. Ne, karekau he mea manene e pāpā mai ki runa ki aia, nā te mea kai te noho pautiri ao whakaruru hau ke aia, i roto anō hoki i tōna tapu, ne. Ko te tikana, ko te kawa a te Māori ke, tōna tuanui me tōna tuapapa. Kāre he mea tauhau e kuhu mai ki roto. Hoi anō. Kai te tautoko a kia hau kia...
Kia whakamahia te rā kāwai.
Kia whakamahia.
Tēnā koe. Taku pātai tuarua ana kāroha rā ki a koe ki hei wātea mai nei te haramai ki roto o mōtatau kia kite atu te atāhu o te wharenei. Me te mōhio tonu koe nei te pūtaketanga mai o hine amaru me tana arataki i te iwi. Me te nohonga nei ki manu koroki te wharenei nā ngā wahine anō ngā whakairo i whakairo i waihanga. Nō reira, i a koe e kōrero, i puta te whakaro i rato iau, i a koe e kōrero ana mo te timatanga mai o tēnei mea atikanga i a hine tītama, ne? Ko te āhuatanga i a tikanga i te rawa i mōhio ana hine tītama hea te rā e tika ana, hea te rā mea he ana, ne? Nō reira, ka ū ki tētahi tikanga a tangata. Engari i enei rā, kua ahua here a ngā mahi a ngā wahine ki tēnei mahi, kare āhei te mahi tēnei mahi, kei te noho au ki tētahi whare nā te wahine anō i whakairo, he whati tikanga tērā, i here a rānei ki ngā tikanga o waho o tā wāhi haramai ai ki konei me te ki wahine mā, koe nei tō koutou ao, kaua e whakawhiti atu ki mahi ke hea o whakaro mo te here ngā kaua a ture engari a tikanga Pākehā, tikanga manene nei, i haramai ki runga i tēnei whenua. He momo tūkinohanga tanga pea, hea o whakaro ki tērā o te tikanga mana wahine.
Tuatahi me mihi atu anoho ki a hau, ki te miharotanga o nā mahi ringarehe a nā wāhine whakairo whare. He wahine whakairo hoki a hau.
Ka pai.
Ka tano ka mutu te whakairo he pou mo te mara kaike. Hoi anō, tōkuna whakaro he nui te tāmitanga neha. He nui te tāmitanga o nā mahi tūturu a te wahine ka re rawa te ao Māori i te whakapono mo te rua mo te toru rau tau. Tā te mea hoki, koe nā tonu anu hoki i tētahi o nā ngārara nui i te rerere hai, pūrere haere i roto i te ao Māori. Ko te tāmi me te whakakore atu anu hoki, te whakapono, i te mōhio noiho, i te mōhio a rāke te mahi a te wahine. Anei anu hoki e tahi o nā mahi a nā wahine Māori. Ara no atu anu hoki e tahi o nā tikanga i te taha, e hara i te mea. He poka noa, he haere kuri noai ho we rā mahi i roto i te wahine kao, e tino tikana kai reira. Hai āwhine i te arataki, hai āwhine i te tiaki, i te manaki, i te haumaru, pēnei te whakairo. Hoi anō, he tikana nui anu hoki kai reira, ko te mate hoki te tai mai o tikana manene, he whakakore katoa atu anu hoki te mahi, ka roa tēnā mahi e kore ana, e ngaro ana i rota i a tātau, kua kua māro anu hoki e tahi o nā whakaro kia hau, e tahi o nā whakapono herukahu. Pēnei te mea nei kāre rawa te ringa o te wahine e whakairo. Engari, ki te huri koe ki e tahi o nā tohuna whakairo i te pātai a rātau, hea hau hoki te tikana e kore nei e whakaihia te wahine ki te whakairo. Kare no e nei tarina kia rono i tētahi kaupapa whaikiko. Whakautu whaikiko ki tēnā pātai. Hoi anō, he nui nā mahi a te wahine, ko te wahine Māori he ringaringa whakairo aia. Ne? He ringaringa hanga whare aia. Ko te wahine he kai tātaki te tikana he hanga tikanga hoki. He hanga kawa anō te wahine. I roto i nā tau, i roto i nā wā, te wā o wōku tipu nā kuia koraua tuarua. Tuarua, i reira tonu anō ki nā wāhine, i roto i nā hāpori, nā marae, nā hapu o wetahi wā tātou iwi, tēnei whenua tonu. Ko rātau ke te kai whakawā i te tika o te tikanga. Pēnā i te kawe tika i te kawa. Ko i ana hoki te kai whakaruru hau i te tikanga i te kawa. I te taha wairua hoki nā mahi tiaki anō hoki i te taiao i te awa. Te mauri o te nahere, te mauri o te awa, te mauri. Ko i anō ki te taiona tino reo. Arataki haere te iwi, e mōhio ai te iwi me pēhea hoki te manaaki tika. E nā momo mahi kato, kui e te ringa hanga i te tikanga, i te ture rānei o te toha kai, o te whakatō kai, o ki hea takoto ai te māra. Pēnei taku tipuna ia, he nui waku kuia, tipuna kuia. Aha kua e tahi o rātau karekau i uru ki te pakanga, i uru ki nā riri. Ko rātau ke te ringa whakatakoto i te mahere o te kuhu ki te riri. Rātau nā kai whakatakoto i nā mahere, nā rautaki. Nō reira he nui te mahi a te wahine Māori, kua roa ke te ao Māori e kore nei e whakapono koe nā tunu wāna mahi. Hui anō, anei anō hoki waku kōrero he tino tika nei te taha. I te taha. E harai te mea ka porowhia noa hia te wahine ki roto i waua mahi kao he tika nei, tino tika nei te taha. Ko te... haere nā wāhine ki te pakana. Haere nā wāhine ki te pakana.
Koe anō pēr tētahi te i o kareo te pirangi kia pau te wā i au i aku pātai kia koe engari he painga kōrero. Ko tētahi āhuatanga nā ka mea atu manga tāne te pakanga manga wahine noho i te kāinga i roto i te ao Pākehā, ne? Engari ana e tini anō ngā wahine mau rākau haere ki te pakanga tiaki te whānau. E pērā no te ahu o te kōrero i runga i marae e tehi wā nā ka tū a waine ki te kōrero. Kua herea tātou i roto i a tikanga ke o waho atu me te ki koe nei ke te wāhanga o wahine. Koe rapea te take kaore te karauna e aro atu ana ki te mana o wahine nā te mea he rere ke te tiroanga ki te ahu o te maurākau pēnei te kōrero, pēnei tonu i a koe kōrero mo te whakairo i e rā ahu. He herenga mai waho, ne?
He herenga mai waho no iwi ke, he tikana ke, he kawa ke, karekau kia hau tonu. Karekau, kore rawa e whai wāhi mai ki roto i tō tātou ao, ki roto i nā. Engari, ki hai rawa e tāi e tātou te kaupare i te ao Pākehā ki waho. Ko te Pākehā tanga kua umai ki uta, ne? Kai roto i a tātou engari e hara i te mea me tū o huatuanu hoki tātou ki reira. Mā te tikana me te kawa te ture manene o Pākehā e whakawā ko hea nā wāhi e whai hua ai a hau, uri Māori nei. Ki wēnā āhuatanga tauhau e kuhu mai ana. Mā te tikana me te kawa e noho kai whakawā i te tō tika o wērā tikana. Ne? Te manene o wērā tikanga engari, koina pēr tētahi o nā pakanga tau kume nui roto i te Māori tonu. I roto i te Māori tonu, ko te wete haere, ko te hea te tikana tō tika, ne? Ko te hea te tikana heru kahu.
Yeah.
Ne, enari, me whai kaha, me whai manawa nui tonu anu ki tātou te ao Māori, ki te āta noho, a me te kuhu ki reira ki te āta wete, o te hea te tikanga, he tūturu anō hoki, no roto katoa mai o tātou tipuna tonu, anei anō ki te kōrero a taku kuraua a te wharehui a Milroy, anei te tauana ako mai āhau, me tō hirini ako mai āhau. Anei nā pātai, me pātai koe I wenei pātai e toru e whā kia koe tonu. Hai āwhina atu I a koe ki te wete me he mea taua tikanga I hara mai I te wāhi o tīpuna no roto mai anu hoki I te tapu. He pono, he tō tika anu hoki kai reira. Tuatahi, taua tika nei hara mai ana ki runa I a hau, kai te rono katoa hau, I te mate aone I roto ai kao rānei. Ka whai ora taku hapu me taku iwi I runa I tēnā tikana ai kao rānei. He hiki anu hoki te mana motu hake o tōku nā iwi tēnā tikanga ai kao rānei. Ki te kia kia hau, ne, ki te whakautu, ki te haramai he whakautu ki tētahi o wēnā pātai e ki ana e kao. Karei kau tēnā e tautoko I taku mana motu hake, ka re tautoko I te mana o taku iwi, ka re tautoko I te mate aone ki te tangata, ki te tai ao tonu. Ne. Ki te haramai tētahi kao, e hara tēnā I te tikana nā tātou. Ko I rana ako mai o wōku kuraua I a hau, ko tōku noho I te wete, anei taku aroha mate aone ki wera wōku kuraua. He aha rātau ako mai ai tēnā tū āhuatana, tēnā whakaaro wete ki a hau. He mōhio no rātau ko tōku reana kai te paripari, kai te wāhana, e kaha mai te kuhu o te ture Pākehā ki roto I tōku ao tikana kawa. Ka homai hia e wōku kuraua, ka whakamātau tak wōku kuraua ki te homai he tai aha ki ahau. Kia pai ai taku āta noho me te wete.
Ha pai atu tō tai aha e hoa. Teina. Pātai whakamutunga, māku an tera noa he pātai anō tō te pai nei. Kei te tika te kōrero, ko mana wahine tērā, te rangatiratanga o te wahine tērā e whakawāna I te tika, whakawāna I te tikanga. Ko I roto I tō tuhinga he nui te kōrero mo te hauora, mo te haumaru, te mahia te wahine, tiaki I te ora o te iwi. Me te mea hoki kei a koe anō e tahi wheako I runga anō I te whakawhanau pepe nei, piripoho, I roto I te whare kōhanga o hine te iwa. I mua no ngā wahine katoa e rā whakaritenga. E te hitane anō I haere ki te āwhina I te whare kōhanga, engari te mutunga o ngā wahine anō e whakarite atu tērā tikanga o hine te iwa. Ka tahi ka tae mai te āhuatanga o ngā tākuta o te hoi pera I e rā āhuatanga. Ko rereke tērā I nā ene, kua kite koe I te hokinga mai o te rangatiratanga o te wahine I roto I te whakawhanau pepe I nā ene I rangi. Kua kite atu I te hokinga mai o tērā whakawā I te tikanga o te whakawhanau tamaiti ki roto I te aone?
Ai, kai te kaha engari kare I te kaha e hia ana taku ngā kau. Engari, kai te kaha te tīmata o etahi o nā wahine Māori, tāne Māori hoki, he ara hoki tēnā mai te wahine ana he. Wōku kuraua katoa he tapuhi, wōku kuraua katoa, whakawhānau pepe. Kāre hoki he oi pere ai tō rātau wā. Ne, te wā o wōku kuraua, kāre he oi pere. Nō reira, ana koe nei I ki ai, koe nei I ki ai I te wā o ku tipuna tuarua ka ahua ana, ara koe rato mātou kupu mo te hapu ahua ana, te wahine ne, ka ahua ana, ko makatoa tu anō ki nā tāngata ki nā māra i te tiki te tāpuhi. Te tiki tāpuhi, e koraua he kuia te tāpuhi, he tāne he wahine te tāpuhi, te tamo mai te mārā kai, kia pai ai te haere atu i te whakawhānau pēpē. Nō reira, kai te hoki mai tēnā mahi, enari, ko te whakatere atu i te hoki mai o tēnā mahi, ara anō atu anō hoki taku whakapono, ko te whāngai atu i te kāwai whakapapa o taua mahi nana, e mārama katoa ai ki a tātou te Māori whānui, kaua ko te wahine ana he, ko tēnā, ko taua mahi rā, te karanga moko puna, te rauru nui, te rauru roa o te moko puna, te āhuatana, e mārama katoa ai tātou, ka hapū ana te wahine, e ki ana te kōrero pēnā koe rā tana hapu tuatahi kua aho tapu aia, ne. Koe rā te kupu, kua aho tapu ke te wahine, tapu rawa atu aia, ko te tikana hapu katoa te iwi, katoa ka manaki hia, ka haumaru hia tawa wahine, kua ariki, kua tatatunu he ariki aia. He pēnā te titiro i mua ki te wahine hapu ana, ne? He aho, kua aho tapu aia, kua aho ariki aia, ne? He ahai hoki ko te iwi kai roto i tana puku, ne? Ko ia te kai whakawhānau mai te iwi. Nō reira tino noho ki te whakaruru hau rangatira motu hake ake, te wahine hapu ana, ne? Ko te kōrero mai o kukuraua, whānau tīmatai tēnā pēpē i te tipu i roto i te kōpū o te wahine, ko tana iho matua te mea nui, tana iho matua e tipu haere ake ana. Te rauru, te pito, one, ko te iho matua kai te waina nui, ko te mahi a te iho matua, ai ki te kōrero woku kuia, koe nā te taura e kore, e tarea, e koe, te wewete, te tapahi, te motu. Engari anō te aho matua, tāhine tītama tēnā tapahi a motu kia. Tō te iho matua e kore. Koe nā te kupu taurani, ko otike a i o te whakauru ki roto i te iho matua o te pēpē me te māma, te kupu taurangi a te atua e kore rawa kōrua e wete mai iahau. Koe nāna ako mai woku kuia iahau. Nō reira ko tēnā mahi te whakawhānau pēpē, te tāpuhi pēpē, i nā ke te mana motu hake ake o tēnā mai, nui tapu nui rawa atu.
Tēnā koe teina, nā waimari e nei mātou maringa nui ko koe tērā e kōrero reo Māori mai ana. Te iho matua, te aho matua, te taura matua nei i heke mai nei ko tātou te tangata ana i te mana wahine. Rā nō reira tēnā koe me rā whakamārama.
Tēnā koe Miss Boasadane, ko kai whakawai Reeves tēnei. Ka tuku aku pātai ki aku i te reo Pākehā.
E te pai.
My first question to you is, you've given us a really good account in your brief concerning your thoughts around Rangatiratanga and mana motohake, and from paragraph 20 onwards, you also set out for us Crown actions that you say have undermined Rangatiratanga and mana motohake. My question to you is, I guess, the piece that comes in the middle for us here on the panel, and that is, what do you say are the Crown's duties and obligations under Te Tiriti concerning the exercise of Rangatiratanga according to the tikanga by Wahine Māori?
Tuatahi tonu atu, ka rerere ke atu I ana whakatauna kōrero I roto I nā raupatu a tēnā iwi, a tēnā iwi, a tēnā iwi. Ko te wāhana ki te karauna, kia kauarawa ia e rawe ke haere I nā mahere rautaki a tēnā iwi, a tēnā iwi, I tana ahunga whakamua. Ko te tango mai anō hoki, ko te turaki haere aia I ana ture, I ana tikanga manene, kia kore ai e mauhere tia te ao Māori ki roto I ona pōhehe. Ko tāna mahi he tautoko I te tikana I te kawa te ao Māori. E haratana mahi I te whakarite tikanga, I te whakarite ture, e harakau ia I te tohunga mo te tikana me te kawa.
Kia ora. Thank you for that response. My next question is in relation to paragraph 24 of your brief of evidence, or 24 and following. And we've received over the course of this week and evidence of kaitiakitanga responsibilities of Wahine in relation to Taiao. And I'm just wanting to understand from you where it is that where you understand those obligations or responsibilities derive from. Is it, for instance, because of the whakapapa relationship to everything, to the natural world, or can you give us some more kōrero around that?
Ahanga te whakapapa, ne kairera ki te whakapapa, takoto ana te whakapapa ake, ne. E kore e neke te whakapapa. Me te mea tua nuki, kaireira nuki nā haipapa I roto I te ao Māori. Mā te ao Māori e kimi haere tāna huarahi. Engari ko te wāhana ki te krauna, ko te tautoko I tā te ao Māori, e whakarite ai, e whakatau ai, anei naka tana haere, anei naka tana huarahi. E hara I te mea e ka kūmai anō te krauna ki roto, ki te uta mai anō hoki I wāna tikana I ona whakaaro ki roto, kare e tāia e ia, kare e tāia. Engari mehe mea te ao Māori tō te wahine, te wahine Māori ka hia anei e tahi tauira. Kai te maramara wātu kia hau, kai ko nānu ki e tahi wāhana I tāmia nuihia I roto I te ao Māori, anei tētahi. Kai te toko I tira wātu anu hoki ko te tohuna wahine. Te tohuna wahine I roto I nā mahi katoa o te ao Māori, o te ao o Aotearoa whānui. O tātou wahine, nā te tāmitanga o etahi o nā ture pēnei te tohuna suppression, we nā momo ture katoa o te rā rautau, he haere whakawhenua hunai e tahi o nā tohuna tāna nā wāhine. Ne? Ara anō atu no ki tētahi, ko nā tohunga wāhine, ko te rongoa, ko te tiaki te Māori o te wai, ko te tiaki nā Māori o nā manu. Ne? Ko I rā e tahi o nā mahi a nā wāhine, ko te whakahoki mai anō wera, ki roto pēr I etahi whare maire, whare wānanga, e tū ai he whare wānanga, ko tāna mahi, he whakangungu anō I te tohunga wahine, I te ruahine, ne? I te tohuna, he wāhine tohuna ki te takutaku, ki te karakia. He wāhine tohuna ki te whakairo, ki te tārai waka. He wāhine tohunga ki te karanga I te manu kia hoki mai. He wāhine tohuna ki te whakaawea noho ki te wai. Ke hoki mai teika tere. Wēnā tuahuatanga, ia te wahine wētahi o wērā mahi engari, nui ke te kaha ngaro o wērā i roto i a tātou. Etahi wāhine Māori i roto i Aotearoa, he mataku ki te kōrero i tērā, ki te kōrero i reira no ki te wahine i roto i wēnā tohunatanga tonu. Nō reira ko tā te wāhana ki te krauna i roto i wērā mahi, he whaka ora mai, he whakarau ora mai i te tohunatanga tūturu a te wahine. Ko tā te krauna, he tautoko, kaua te kuhu mai ki te rā weke, ko te tautoko.
Ka pai, tēnā koe mō i tehi whakautu. I'll pass now to one of my other panel members, Robin, Pathway, Kim. Well, that appears to be all of the pātai from the panel at this time. So he tino mihi ki a koe mō tō kōrero i a mātou i tēnei ahi. I'm sorry, I have again forgotten that the Crown has the opportunity to ask some pātai. So I have started to thank you before I should have, and I'll pass now to the Crown, who will have some pātai for you.
Tēnā koe.
E mihi ana.
Sorry, I've got this in my ear and I'm hearing myself, but I'm anticipating that you might respond to me in te reo. I'll be asking you questions in English, but I'm anticipating you might respond in te reo, and I'll just put this back on.
Yes. You have anticipated correctly.
No problem, all good. It'll just take a little process so I can understand. Unfortunately, I am not a fluent te reo speaker, unfortunately. I wish I was.
Yes. Kei te pai.
Okay. So to introduce myself, my name is Maria Deliani. I'm one of the lawyers representing the Crown. And I just have a few questions for you. And the questions are based on your written brief. So if you've got that before you, I will refer you to various paragraphs.
Ai. Pepua mai.
So my first question is in relation to paragraph 10.
Okay. Ai.
Where you talk about ancestral inheritance. And I wanted to clarify, do Tāne Māori also have ancestral inheritance?
Tāne Māori? Māori katoa. Ai, Māori katoa.
That was more a question of clarification.
Kei te pai. E hara I te mea ko te wahine ko te tāne ana he, ko te rākau, ko te ngārara, ko te mauga, e pēnā no.
Thank you. Now, turning to paragraph 11.
Tai hoki nei, ai.
You state there that colonial systems were designed, and I'm stressing that word designed because that's I'm going to come back to that, were designed to breach subjugate and erode Wahine Māori rights to define and determine their own futures and destinies. So it's the word designed that I am querying.
Aye.
And my question is, were the colonial systems you are referring to specifically designed for that purpose, or were they just brought in to Aotearoa as part of the English cultural system that existed at that time?
Kao me marama kau tātou ki te hitoria o tēnei whenua me te tau mai anō ki o tauiwi kiruna ne. He hara mai a tauiwi me wana pū. Ki te kōhuru i o mātau iwi. Anei, me he mea koe kai te hia ki te tiro i etahi kōrero kua tuhia, kua tā, ne. Pēnei te reference nei nā, ko te hoki anō koe ki nā whakataunga raupatu a te iwi o Tainui, te iwi o Ngai Tūhoi, te iwi o Nai Tahu, me we nā tau, kai roto kato i we nā ture, ne. Ko te whakapāhātanga a te karauna. Tata tunu ko tahi rau e nā whakataunga raupatu a tēnā iwi, kua o tike te karauna, te ki i roto i we rā ture nui o na hara, nō nā te hara nui. Nō reira kua whakapāhā mai, nō reira tō pātai mai ahau mo te tika no te kupu design, ai kai te tautoko ahau koira tōna tikanga.
Again, a question of clarification, and that's at paragraph 18.
Aye.
Are you saying that only Wahine Māori can create life? Or have I misread?
Awakene. Kai te kōrero koe mo te wāhana 18, mo tētahi wāhana no atu. Kai hea tēnā, 19, neha, 19.
No, I am referring to paragraph 18.
18? Ka pai. Aho mai anō ko ato pātai?
It's just a question of clarification. You state there that I also understand that almost no other living species, both human and non-human, can create life. And that follows from you talking about an experience as a Wahine Māori. And my question is, are you...
Ka pai, kai te kōrero ahau mo te tangata, ne, mo te tangata. O karei te tika tēnā kōrero, kai te mea noa te ahau ai. Mō kāri te tika te takoto mai o tēnā kina pēr taipo ke. Kau, kai te ki atu ahau a katāia e wētahi atu. Katāia e te kararehe, katāia e te ngārara.
Thank you. Paragraph 21 now, I'm going to be referring you to. So you raised the Tōhanga Suppression Act 1908, and a number of other claimants have also raised this act during this week. And I just wanted to check that you were aware of a few things. Firstly, that the four Māori MPs of that time supported this act. Were you aware of that?
Kao, engari, kai te kōrero noi ho koe mo te toko whā, neha.
You're also aware of the history of the Act and that it was ineffectual and that the practice continued.
I ahakoa kai te ki mai koe kāre he kiko kore tō tēnā ture ko te mate hoki I runa tonu I te mata o tēnei whenua taua ture e ora mai ana. Ka tahi, wētahi o nā mahi ana tohu, ko te nuina kai te ki mai koe I haere tonu wētahi o nā mahi, engari kāre rawa pēr koe I te tino mārama I roto I te ao Māori, ko te tino o wēnā mahi I hunaia. Ko te kahu noi ho, ko te pāpaku o aua mahira tohunana, I puta ki te ao mārama engari tōna hohonu tana he mea huna.
And perhaps some good news following on from the kōrero you had with the panel earlier. You are aware that today ACC funds treatment for specific Wahine Tohanga, Rongoa Māori treatments?
Engari, kai te marama, ko te mate hoki, ara no atua no ki waku kōrero ne, mo te kuhu mai o te ture ki runa I te tikanga a te Māori, ne. Kai aia o na here, ko ia, ko te karauna ke, kai te whakatau me te whakarite I nā here, I runa I wēnā whakawhiwhi. Ne, kāre rawa tēnā I te tika kia hau. Me te mea atu anu hoki, kāre rawa te karauna I te tino mōhio, he pēhea rawa, ne, te āhua o te haere o te kawe I wēnā mahi, wēnā tohuna tana. Karekau te karauna I te mōhio. Me he mea, he tika, he hapa, he rūkahu rānei. Karekau I te mōhio.
I'm assuming the practitioners of Tohanga and Ronoa are Māori practitioners and they would know what they were doing?
Ko koe ke kai te ki mai kia hau kai te mōhio koe ko te karauna ke kai te whāngai pū te arau e mi ki wēnā tohuna nō reira ka reo te mōhio ko wehea nā tohuna I kōrero mai nā koe. Me ho mai koe nā inua ko mōhio a hau ana ko kōrero tāua me he teka, he tika rānei.
Fair enough. If I could now move to paragraphs 22 and 23 of your brief, and this is the last topic I'll be asking you about. So in these paragraphs, you seem to be saying here that progressive medicalisation of childbirth was a deliberate act of cultural suppression of mana wahine. You agree with that? That's what you're saying?
Aye.
I'd like to put it to you that perhaps it's a little bit more nuanced than that.
Tēnā whakamārama hia mai. Tēnā whakamārama hia mai tāwe kōrero mai nā.
Yes. in particular, I want to query your use of the word imposed in those paragraphs. And put to you that the shift towards Māori using colonial health and birthing practices was a result of a number of factors. Urban drift, provision of free and universal healthcare, and the perceived benefits such as pain relief. And it was a gradual process, and there was no imposing.
Kai te whakahe ke ahau I tērā o whakaaro. Kai te marama koe, kai te whakahe ahau I a koe. Tā te mea hoki, kai rawa mai ki te wā, I tū mai ai nā hohi pere, I tau mai anō hoki te rono a te Pākehā, te hikareti a te Pākehā, te orana tamariki o te Pākehā, ki konei ki roto I tēnei whenua, neha. Hea I tai mai ai wera ki roto I te ao o te Māori, nā te mea I pakanga te Māori ki te Pākehā. I kuhu mai te Pākehā, he whānoko whenua te mahi a te Pākehā. Neha. Kai roto katoa anei, kai te whakahoki a hau I a koe, ki nā raupatu, whakataunga raupatu ana iwi, tata katoa ko tahi rau I tēnei whenua. Haere koe ki te whera I wēnā ture katoa mō te whakatauna raupatu, ka marama tō kite I te kino, I te riri o te taimai o te Pākehā, me wana whakahaere, wana hohi pere, wana rongo a katoa. Kai roto katoa no ki wera ture, kōti ke I o Rangatira, o te krauna, te whakapāha mai mo wera mea, mo wera wana kino. Nō reira, kai te kōrero koe mō nā whakahaerenga hauora o tēnei wā tonu, engari kua tata tonu te rua rautau ke, te noho māro o wera ture I rota ia Aotearoa, kiruna I te Māori, kāre he huarahi atu mō te Māori, me he mea te Māori I te hoki ki wana tikana, wana mana motu hake, kua mauherehia ia, e o Rangatira. Ka mauherehia te Māori mo te whakamahi anu hoki I wāna tikana, I wāna kawa, ka uta mai anu hoki ko te rono a te Pākehā ki runa I a mātau. Heaha I tuatu anu hoki I tēnā kōti katoa I te krauna, te ture mai, te whakature, me matua whakamahi e koe, ko tēnei huarahi. Whahuri e hia katoa nā tipu nei huri ki te whakamahi anō I wā rātau tikana kawa, wā rātau mahi Māori, ka mauhere hia rātau. Ko te haumaru wā rātau whenua, he hauora anō tēnā, ka mauhere hia rātau. Hara I te mea hau ki roto I tēnei whenua, ko tike te tuhi, e hia taima. Kai roto I wō ture.
Thank you very much for your kōrero. I don't have any further questions.
Tēnā koe, nā mihi ki a koe mō tō mea o whakaaro I te ahi nei. Thank you very much for that presentation. We appreciate you making yourself available a little earlier than perhaps you expected. I appreciate that very much, and thank you for your evidence today. I'm just going to check with your counsel whether there are any other matters that need to be dealt with, but that is the conclusion of the pātai to you in relation to your evidence this afternoon. Nā mihi ki a koe.
Kia ora maira, tēnā koe rua kiri.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakoa. No further matters need to be dealt with. Engari, aku mihi whaia mō tō kōrero I tēnei ahi. So thank you very much for providing your kōrero to the tribunal. Tēnā koe.
Tēnei te mihi ake anō ki te haukainga. Ai.
Tēnei mihi ake ana kia tātou, ko tūtuki ngā mahi o te rānei, ko eke tātou ki runga, ngā kororo I puta e te rānei, ko whakahiri ake ki te tāhu o tō tātou whare te rānei, te kai whakawā koutou roto o te tribunal, pai a hau te whakarongo ki ngā kupu I puta I konei, ngā mea puta mai runga te ipurangi. Tai o ka miha kato ki te wahine e te ahuatanga o tana whakatakoto I ngā kororo o te reo Māori, te uhunutanga o te reo Māori ka pai. Take kei mō te tau ki tātou, ko e tēnei ko te āhuatanga. Nā reira, ka mihi kau ki a tātou. I've been coming to this marae for 25 years as a bishop and for 39 years as a priest. I come here every month. And the reason I do that is because I feel a sense of duty and call here in this marae particularly. And my very first confirmation service I took here, I confirmed about 20 teenagers. And in the service, I said to the boys, any one of you who think you might be called to be a priest? One boy put his hand up, hena re tautari. And Lady Rose Henare said to me, mahue a koe ngā me wahine. Lady Rose Henare said, you didn't invite the girls to comment. And you know, I knew I had made a mistake. So I sort of backpedaled straight away. Said, yeah, I should have. I wasn't thinking like that. But, you know, over time I began to think that my prejudice was coming out in that context. So thankfully I've confirmed over 2,000 in the last 25 years. And, well, I stopped saying that as a result of encountering with Lady Rose Henare. But they're serious people. And I'm thinking about that today, how prejudice can shape behavior. So, you know, I put my hand up. I'm probably the worst offenders when it comes to that. But thankfully, that was 25 years ago. I'm grateful for what I've heard here today. I'm thankful, and perhaps you are too, and also on the tribunal, because there's so much that you must have to contend with, but I also can see the respect that you hold and the crown what you hold, particularly that last engagement. It's very rare to hear a person speaking Māori so confidently. And I thought, wow, wonderful. You don't see that all the time. And I thought, well, it's great anyhow. So now it's time to finish. Anyway, I'll say a karakia similar to yesterday. Kia hora te marino, kia whakapapa pauna mo te moana, kia tere te kā rohi mo I o koutou huarahi. May peace be widespread. May the sea glisten like the green stone. May the shimmer of light dance before your path. To add the words of the psalmist, may God bless your coming in and your going out from this day forth and evermore. Amen. Thank you.
Kito, e hara tēnei te whakaara taku ringa ana he pirihi nei ki roto I te whare. Hau aku wā te altar boy au, e kore take au ki te ramahi. Ka ari hia tia, ngā ponai atu au, ka pei atu au I te whare karakia. Bueno, e tū ana ki te mihi nei ki te whare. E mihi nei ki te manaakitanga I te mea kuau tēnei e wehe ana. He kaupapa reo Māori hei te kāinga e karanga mai ana ki au. Ko te reo Māori anō tētahi mea e āta tiakina e tātou, no re me haere runga I tērā huarai. I mua anō I te wehenga I te pirangi mihi nei ki te kaho te manaki o tēnei kāinga. Mō hio nei haere tonu ana I roto I ngā rā e rua kei mua I te aroaro, engari anō kuau tēnei e wehe ana. Me te mō hio tonu ana kei konei anō I tahi taringa e whakarongo ana ki ngā kōrero. I mua anō I te mutungana e pirangi ana he kōrero anō I puta I te ata nei. He kōrero I puta ana te rā nōpea ko e tahi ko he manawa ki e te ia o ngā kōrero. Me te mōhio tonu I te kuhunga ki te whare, he rangirua ana tātou pea. He taha kōti, he taha tribunal, he taha tikanga, ana he ua anō te whiri e rā mea e rua I runga I nei rā. Nō reira, e harei te mea he takahi te mana te tapu o te whare nei. I tō mai te tribunal I konei ki te kawe I ana mai. Te mutungai ho ka whai te taki, o tō tātou kai whakawā me tana mārama ki te whakahaere I ngā tikanga. Nō reira, e mea nau, kāri te hiahia, kia ki atu ana e takahi ana I te mana o ngā kai kōrero o te rangi nei. Engari te mutungai ho, ana kua puta me te ki atu, koe ra te Rangatiratanga o te Wahine. Kia ki atu, ana kāri hia ki te whakatakotu i te kōrero kei konei mātou e tautoko ana. No, hei tētahi wā, me te mōhio tonu, kua tuhia ngā kōrero, ana kua kite e mātou ngā kōrero kua tuhia, tērā no pia ka whai wāhi mātou ki te tuhi pātai atu me te whakautu mai. E hara i te me hea atu i te ki atu he mihi kia koutou, he mihi ki te whare, e tautoko ana i te kaupapa i taimai ki mōtatau, wai hoa no, te mate i te whānau Shortland nei, a Coralie nei, ki runga i te marae o Tiria, ana waiho tērā kaupapa o mate, koe kaupapa ora tēnei, te ora o mana wahine ki roto i te ao nei. Nā koutou i tō mai, i tuku mai te pōhiri, kia taimai, kia au nei kua whai kiko, kua whai mana, tō mātou haerenga mai, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kāre he waiata, ngā kōrero e haere tonu ana atu i taku mihi kia koutou. O tira te karauna, ngā roia me ngā kai kōrero e nei rangi. Tēnā koutou.
Kia ora, Rangatiratanga. Aku nei mahi i runga o tātou ki rao. Haere mai te whakapapa tātou tūpuna mō tēnei take i a koutou.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe. Tēnā koe hoki i te mau i te kāmeta nei o Paretaina. Me te meha hoki e kare he oranga i roto i te pakanga. He oranga i roto i te mau ngārongo. Tā tātou e kimi nei. Tēnā koe. Tēnā tātou. Ka pai.